Hello everyone, welcome back to another stream. Today we're going to be playing some Pokemon. We are going to be searching for the legendaries. And first I need to trade with Hectic real quick, so just give me a sec and then, yeah, we'll get started because we're going to have to do like, I don't know, like 200 Pokemon battles or something. Maybe more. So, we'll be here in a while. Hopefully not as long as yesterday. Yesterday was 18 hours, so that was a long time. Wait, hold on. I need to make sure Scyther has it. Alright. Okay. Hello, Chris. Hello, Traveler. Hello. Yes, so we're nearing the end, though. Okay. That should evolve it. Alright. Oh. Good. It should evolve. If I read it correctly. I did. Okay, alright. Go. We're almost going to complete it. Hectic complete his Pokédex if he doesn't have these. If he doesn't have these, I don't really know. But yeah, it'll help him if he needs it though. So. get W Hectic in the chat? Can we get W Hectic in the chat? I think it's a W. Fine, I'll do the chain then. Since no one else wanted to do the chain, I'll do it. Okay. Fine. W Hectic. I'll do it. Okay. I'll say it. W Hectic. Okay. He's helping me trade all these. I wouldn't be able to finish the Pokédex without him. You know, there were some creators that said they finished the game, they finished the Pokédex and everything. I don't really believe them. I don't believe them. Because they said it like 2 days after the game came out. I don't believe them. They did not 100% the game. They did not finish their Pokédex. I don't believe them. And after this, we have the 3 legendaries. That's it. However, that sounds easier said than done, you know, because we're gonna have to beat every trainer we ever fought. And the problem with that is that in order to do that, we have to get a 50,000 point challenger ticket every time. Which means you have to beat like 20 trainers each time. We did like 2 of them so far, which means we're going to have to beat like 180 trainers or something, or wait, no, 360? Something like that. 360 trainers to beat the 18, I think. So we'll be here a while. We'll have to beat almost like 400, almost 400 battles. If I'm doing the math correctly. Granted, that's if I fought every person. Which you don't necessarily have to do. You could just cheat by doing the challenges in the Pokemon battles so that you can get more points and you have to fight less people. But those can be a pain in the ass and they're also luck-based. So it's not really guaranteed. It's not really guaranteed that like it'll be quicker or anything. There we go. And if he didn't have those, he has them now, which will help him complete the Pokédex because that was a real pain in the ass to acquire each and every one of them. But it is nice to have every Pokemon. It's just that like most of these I won't play with. Alright, I am done. I don't think he has anything to trade. But alright. I'm done. Thank you, Hectic. Alright. That guy has a lot of defense. Whoa. Look at how much defense Steelix has. Holy. Felix has some crazy defense. Okay, so quick look at the Pokédex. Out of a possible 230, I have 227. That's called work, bro. That's what that 18-hour stream was. Getting all those Pokemon and leveling up my Greninja, my new Greninja that I got, which is this Alpha Greninja. So we got a big peak. I also caught an Alpha Stunfisk as well. So everyone is Alpha now. Everyone is Alpha. Though it would be nice to get the Mega Stone for Greninja. But I'd have to do a bunch of online rank matches, and that just sounds like a lot. We'll see. We'll see. lawmaker says after investigating the facility in which Ghislaine Maxwell is staying at, says that she is getting special treatment and is getting personalized meals chosen by her, as well as private visitors of her choosing. So she's getting gourmet steaks and, you know, she's living like Larry. She's living like Larry. Yeah. It's just Ghislaine Maxwell's having like $100 dinners. Like, yeah, she's having a steak and a potato and wine, and she's having that with every meal, you know, like $100 meal, like each time. She lives in a mansion. She has her own television and her own computer. So yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell's living like Larry. She's living 100 times better than me. Meanwhile, the politicians cut off EBT, and regular Americans are like starving, and then a sexual predator, like the worst one of the worst ones in American history, is living like a fucking billionaire. By taxpayer dollars too. That's fucking hilarious. I mean, yeah. No, that's just that's how this shit is. No. Well, I mean, it is Trump's decision. Yeah. I mean, and he's doing that with everything. It's not about left and right, Republican or Democrat. That has nothing to do with it. That's crazy. Like, no one should think, oh yeah, that's great. Or like him pardoning like 1,600 people again, and then him not even knowing like half their names. He's like, oh yeah, I don't even know who that guy is. Sir, that's the CEO of Binance. He scammed millions of dollars out of people. Billions, really. He's like, oh, really? Wow. You know, my sons told me to do it. I didn't know the guy. Okay, then just, you can reverse it. Not going to do. Like, bro pardons anyone. He pardons anyone and everyone. Even people who have on record after they support his campaign or give donations to his campaign, he had promised he would basically give them a pardon, and he did. Every person that was promised that them or their family members would be pardoned if he won were pardoned. You know, and in return he got money and support, and it's some of the most blatant shit ever. But I mean, at least for Biden, his corruption extended to his family, and that was it. But that was it. Trump's corruption does not just extend to his family. Yeah, it literally, it's everyone and anything. It's like, to some extent, you understand if Biden pardons his family, just like you would if Trump did. You would get why, because they're their kids. That's their family. But like, pardoning anyone who gives you money or support? No. That's called corruption. That's like textbook corruption. Like, he literally pardoned a guy that scammed Americans out of billions of dollars. And the only reason he did it is because his sons told him to. And the only reason his sons told him to was because they were pocketing money from him. So they literally just got paid off. And we have evidence of most of this shit too, which is what makes it super horrendous. But it's like, no one cares. Corruption is not even a surprise to most people in America now. So like, if the president does something corrupt, it doesn't matter to anyone. It really doesn't. Not at all. Like, all the fucking investments Saudi Arabia has done into Trump's personal businesses and everything. And some of which he's touting as some of the new investments that they're doing into our country. Most of the dealings he's doing with these other countries are to his benefit. And the way he's bringing them up is like under the belief that it's for the country. But many of these deals, there's a conflict of interest because he's being implicated. His personal wealth and his personal desires is being implicated every time. And he's doing it on purpose. You know, and he even told them before, you know, how, like, he was like, well, I'm not gonna say they have to give me gifts, but if they do, you know, it might help. It's like, what do you mean, what? What? What do you mean? What does it even mean? It's like an officer being like, you know, if you slip me $100, you know, I might happen to turn to the left, you know? I just happen to turn my head around and, you know, you walk away, you know? It's like, what? What do you mean? It's so blatant and no one's even going to like hold him accountable. It's like, no one's going to. And it's like, that's what's crazy. It's like, trust me, Biden and Obama were corrupt too. Sure they were. Sure. But Trump is in his no give a fuck era. He doesn't care at all. His corruption is like 50 times worse. Which is surprising because his first term, he was just as corrupt as them and it wasn't significantly worse. It really was around the same amount. He wasn't significantly bad or anything his first term in comparison to corruption. He really wasn't. But this second term, bro, he's gone mask off. Mask off. He is like, I don't give a fuck no more. I do not care. It's like, I think it's because he doesn't have to get elected again, so he just doesn't care because he doesn't have to get elected, so. But unfortunately, he's kind of seeing that even though that's the case, his party is suffering for it, and that's why they lost these recent elections. Which goes to show that the midterms will not be very favorable to the party. Yeah, the Democrats are they already won these new ones, and they're gonna win the midterms. And the Republicans know it. That's why Trump said they got their asses kicked, and he's right. And I hope he realizes it's his fault. It's his fault. It really is. It's his fault. He's gone too far with some of these things. By the way, there are some things I agree with him with, okay? I'm not here to demonize him. But like, there are some things that are pissing Americans off. You know, Like, sending 40 billion to Argentina, but cutting EBT really pissed off a lot of Americans. That pissed off a lot of Americans. Or giving Argentina money so that they could give us their meat products, which directly hurts American farmers. And they told him that, and he said, no, it's not gonna hurt you guys. And they're like, yeah, it will. It'll undercut us. Their beef will be cheaper, and we'll lose money. And he was urging them, oh no, you're wrong. You're wrong. And it's like, no, they're not. They're not wrong, actually. But yeah, that's politics. That's politicians. That's you know, it's not gonna stop with him. It's gonna get even worse. I think he marks a new era in politics. I think next time we're gonna get the next Democrat we're gonna get in there is gonna be just as bad, and then it's gonna get even worse and worse and worse. You know, for the Republicans, Democrats. It's just gonna, corruption's just gonna get worse and worse and worse. And authoritarianism is gonna get worse and worse. It's just really scummy though. It's like, people thought Nixon was bad. But as far as I'm concerned, Trump has committed 10 Watergate level controversies in this year alone. Biden maybe had a couple, but Trump is out swinging, breaking the record already. He doesn't give a fuck no more. Yeah, but I don't think Newsom's gonna win. He's not gonna win. I'll bet you money too. Newsom's not gonna win. Newsom's not gonna win. I know that for sure. Newsom's not gonna win. I don't want Vance to win either, but Newsom's not gonna win. No, Newsom is too he's too shaky on what he believes. He doesn't, I mean, he just doesn't have like a solid framework. Like, he tries to win over Republicans by acting like he is tired of crazy stuff that's happening by Democrats, but he doesn't actually believe any of that. Like, he is a Democrat first and foremost, and he believes everything that they believe. But he tries to appeal to the other side, which again has nothing to do with left or right. I think that's a really bad move. You know, if you're going to try to appeal to the other side, you need to let the other side understand what it is you agree with them with. But he's been kind of like, I get it, guys. There's some things I disagree with, okay? I get it. And they're like, okay, then what do you disagree with? Well, I think they've gone a little too hard. Okay, hard on what? Well, you know, just in general, like, they've gone too far. Far for what? And that's exactly how he talks whenever he was asked. It's because he's lying. He doesn't believe they've gone too far. He's just trying to win over Republicans that are too stupid to think that maybe this guy doesn't think what I believe. And it's like, again, it's not left versus right. I'm not saying pick this, pick that. I am blatantly saying that he's trying to kiss the asses of one side while kowtowing to the other. And you can't do that. That doesn't make any sense, dude. You need to state your beliefs honestly and stand by them. Americans respect that far more. And it's true, we do. Oh shit, it's Lita. But yeah, Americans respect that way more than people who are, like, trying to play middleman. That doesn't mean you can't be a moderate, but you have to genuinely be a moderate. You can't be a fake moderate like Newsom. He's a fake moderate. He's not a real moderate. You know, if you're gonna be somewhat in the middle, you need to actually be somewhat in the middle. You can't fake it. You can't fake it for political points. It doesn't work. On either side, it doesn't work. But yeah, I'm under no delusions for Republicans or Democrats. I think we're all fucked. I think we're all fucked. I think the only people that are going to be living lavishly in the next decade are billionaires and the soon-to-be trillionaires. Elon is literally getting ready to become the first trillionaire. So, good news for the 1% of Americans, guys. If you're part of that top 1%, America's gonna be real great for you. But yeah, everyone else, yeah, we're kind of fucked. But that's okay. That's okay, right? That's okay. Because if you think about it, at least we have things like Pokemon to distract us from the reality of the world, right, guys? Right? Soon, buying a home is something only millionaires will be able to do. That's something I believe that Democrats and Republicans are both responsible for. I think people need to wake the fuck up and not be like, oh, I think it's the blue guys. I think it's the white guys. They both made the system. They both did it. You guys are being played like idiots, man. You know, you can agree with social issues on one side or certain economic issues on another, but you have to admit that the shithole we're in is not just because of one side. It's the political establishment in general. The sooner you accept that, the better. We need to vote all these motherfuckers out. All of them. We need to vote all the left out and all the right out. We need to vote them all out. They all suck. We should vote them all out. Every single one of them. I'm serious. Every single one of them. People are tired of no change. We're tired of the same old bullshit. We're also tired of voting in people who have never touched a computer in their life. People who could hardly send an email, let alone a text. And they're telling us what to do. Yeah. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. But yeah, like, or like the propaganda each side puts out. Like them using like internet memes and shit. It's like, I know what you're doing, bro. I know what you're doing, and it's for both sides. It is. It's not a, oh, bullshit. No, it's true. It is both sides. They're creating fucking propaganda, making you think, oh, wow, they cool. They're just like us. They are not just like you. They are not just like you, unless you grew up in first class, lavish life. You know, eating insanely well every day, getting everything you ever wanted, going to Harvard, you know, going to law school, you know, buying fancy cars and going to fancy dinners and going to these parties and everything. It's like, unless you've done all that shit, you are not like them. They don't know what memes are. Most of these guys don't know what memes are. They have a social media team that had to tell them what they are. They don't know what that shit is. You know what they think memes are? They think like cat memes are memes. Like they think like images of cats and dogs with bottom top text. They think that's a meme. Because the only memes they remember are from like 2008 and shit. They don't actually know like any modern day memes. You know? These people are completely out of touch. They live in a whole nother world. Which is why they routinely say such outlandish shit, by the way. If you ever wonder how politicians can just say some of the most outlandish stuff ever, that's why. Because they're all out of touch, every single one of them. None of them understand you, none of them are like you, none of them want to be like you. Most of them hate your guts. Most of them thinks that you're all idiots. It's true, every single one of them. Every single one of them. That's why I largely stay out of politics. It's not because I don't know anything about it. It's because I know far too much, and it makes me disgusted. It makes me makes me revolted to know how little these people actually care about the country and the people in it. None of them do. They're not a single one of them. I mean, if they did, they wouldn't be fucking career politicians up until their like late 90s and shit. Like, can you get the hell out of office already? You're on a fucking IV trip. You fall down after taking 2 steps. How are you helping run the nation? You can't even run yourself. You are literally, like, basically being treated like you're in a nursing home. You have assistants helping you walk, you know, to and fro places. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're being, like, hand-fed. You're getting walked by people. You're being put on IV drips just to even survive. And it's like, you shouldn't be running the country. You don't even know when your grandkid's birthday is. Like, you're going on early onset dementia and you're a congressman? Like, you know, and then all of the scams they do, like all of them know, like, all the economic decisions and stuff that they're gonna do. So they invest in stocks right before and then they sell them off. And that's always been a problem. But if you look at the Trump administration, Trump's people have been doing it more than anyone else. Trump has made over $10 billion in these last few months alone. And if you look at the rate in which he was getting money before, he basically went through near bankruptcy after losing the 2020 election to having a net worth of almost 20 billion. Yeah. In the matter of a year, he's basically gone from almost bankrupt again, losing all of his wealth, to $20 billion. I'm one of the richest men in the world. All because he won a presidency. That's it. That's it. And that's not... That's not normal. I don't know why people think that's normal. No other president has ever profited that much. It's incredibly abnormal. It's ridiculous. Which is why I'm never gonna vote, by the way. I'm not gonna vote. I'm not gonna vote for any of these people. I know they all hate me. You know, I know none of them are doing anything to help me. They never will. And, yeah, I don't like them. I don't think they like this country, and I don't think they like these people. You know? I know that many people think that they would do a better job as a politician because it's an ego thing to them. You know, they're like, oh yeah, I'm so great, you put me in power and I would... But I unironically think I could do a better job than like 90% of these people. I unironically believe it. I mean it. I undeniably mean it. And it's not about feeling like I feel like I could do a better job. I know I could do a better job because I would never, ever prioritize my own well-being over Americans. Like, I'm sorry for ranting, but like, I'm getting tired of all this shit, bro. I'm getting tired of it. I'm getting tired of all this shit, man. So it's always a new thing, like, you know? Like, it's always a new thing that's getting cut, or a new thing that's happening in the country that's just, you know, and every fucking time, like every year, it doesn't matter what president it is, it doesn't matter. Every year, there just seems to be something that's happening that screws over people. Every damn time. Every time. And if you think I'm both sidesing it, I'm not. There's many instances of Democrats who cut benefits just like Trump is doing right now. And they do it because they believe that, just like Republicans do, that, you know, you could pick yourself up, you know, by your bootstraps, and you can... It's like, I agree that some people shouldn't be on welfare systems, and you know, we should get them off, and we shouldn't incentivize stuff, and you know, we shouldn't be letting in millions of people illegally. Of course, everyone should be going through legal channels. Legal channels. You know, if you're gonna let millions of people in, they need to go through the border. Like, they need to actually go through the legal means. And there's reasons for that, by the way. It's not just... It's not a racist thing. It genuinely isn't. It's not. It's so that these people can't be treated badly, one. They're taken advantage of. They're basically given slave wages if they come in illegally. And, you know, I think we need to do something about that, obviously. But two, it's always a political game. It's always a political game. The Democrats don't want them kicked out because it helps their vote. And the Republicans want them kicked out because it hurts their vote. They don't actually care about, oh, it's hurting America. They don't care. Come on, do you think they care? You don't actually think politicians care about you, do you? Does anyone actually think that? You're wrong. You're wrong. None of them ever will. None of them. Not a single one. I don't think we've had a politician that's cared about anyone in a very, very long time. Never make your vote based off of emotions. Never. Ever. Never vote because you think the guy cares about you. Never. Don't. Do not. Always vote in your best interest. And sometimes that's going to be voting for the shittier person, like, the less shitty person, I mean. Like, because it's going to be two shits, alright? You're voting for, you get two options. The shitty turd, or the slightly less shitty turd. And you're going to have to choose, which one do you want? Which turd do you want? And you're going to have to vote for the less shitty turd. But, or, alternatively, you could refuse to participate. And I think that's the most based option. Refuse to participate. Just do that. Just refuse to participate. And that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. Until something changes in the current state of events, that's what I'm going to do. You know? Because I've gotten really pissed recently, like with the 40 billion aid to Argentina, while we couldn't even fund our EBT. Like, that's insane, dude. That's ridiculous. $40 billion to Argentina. Like, what? Why? Why? Why do they need that money? They're not at war. They're not defending their country. Their economy is ass because they voted in an idiot. Whoop-de-doo-dah-day. Well, like, fucking big surprise if you cut down 90% of the government doesn't function well. Oh, who could have guessed that? Yeah, you saved money, but you also endangered the lives of every person in your country. Like, inflation's on the rise. Well, you know, there might be a reason for that. It might be because the economy is completely stunted now. And that might be because, you know, maybe libertarian policies are only cool on paper. It's like, yeah, we all hate big government. We all hate big spending. We all hate the wastefulness. But it's like, you can't just, like, cut down 90% of government staff and government policies and government funding and it'd be like, look guys, we're saving so much money. You know, if Argentina saved so much money because of that, why don't they fund themselves with that $40 billion? Why don't they come up with their own $40 billion instead of asking us for it? America first, my ass, bro. Neither side cares about you. Neither side. Fuck them. Fuck them both. Fuck them both. Neither side represents me, and I will never call myself either one ever again. Ever again. They both suck ass. $40 billion to Argentina, bro. $40 billion. And we couldn't even fund our own government. We cut welfare programs and medical benefits. But we gave another government $40 billion while the government shutdown was happening. Trump said it was about saving the government money, but then wrote a check for $40 fucking billion to a foreign country who was not facing a, you know, existential crisis, like they were going to war and they were all going to die. No, no, no. He cut $40 billion to them for economic reasons. Because they needed a little economic boost. And they're not paying that money back, by the way. That wasn't a loan. That was a gift. They're getting $40 billion as a gift from America. And then he wants to give them even more money in exchange for their crappy beef products, which are going to undercut American farmers. Which is just going to make more Americans hurt. Because that'll just raise prices. It's like, oh, that'll lower beef prices. Oh, yeah, okay. And then it'll just undercut American products. Which I thought was the complete fucking opposite of what his goal is. I thought that was the whole point of the tariffs. Wasn't the whole point of tariffs to create products in the United States that we could buy instead of buying foreign products? Isn't that the whole point of tariffs? That's what he said it was. It's because, shocker, you were lied to. The tariffs aren't about that. It's not about getting people to buy American products. It never was. What it is more than 100 years ago, 120 years ago, we had a system called tariffs. And you know what the tariffs really did for America? Why were they being used at the time? Well, the government needed money, right? And at the time when they were made, you didn't have ultra wealthy people. You didn't have people who had way more than just $1 million. You had, you know, you had people that basically lived like the wealth of a middle class person today. But as people got richer and richer with oil tycoons, you know, oil companies and railroad companies and all of these separate companies that started, you know, branching out and everything, you started getting people who were ultra wealthy, and they loved the tariffs. And you might wonder, why do they love the tariffs? Well, there's two things. There's the easy thing of tariffs encourage more Americans to buy here instead of outside of the country, which is the very understandable thing, right? But the second thing is that tariffs are paid by the same price as everyone else in America. That means millionaires, billionaires, and people under the poverty line pay the same amount for a tariff as each other. So before income tax, everyone paid the same amount in taxes, which was tariffs. Tariffs were how we taxed people. Which means that people like Elon Musk and me would be paying the same tariffs as each other, and Elon wouldn't have to pay income tax on what he made. But eventually, because of that system, the ultra wealthy kept making so much more money that eventually you had people like the Vanderbilts and Rockefellers who made up 5% of the country's GDP. 5%. And if they ever made a business decision that could be detrimental to their company, it would basically wipe out the American economy overnight. And not only that, they had so much lobbying power that they could basically unofficially make policy changes by literally just funding the opposite person as the status quo. So like if the status quo was going against them, if these politicians were doing something that they didn't like, they just voted in new people by funding their campaigns. Completely. Just giving them money and, using the newspapers and using all these, news organizations and just, different means that they had basically gotten in the last couple decades to push whoever they wanted. And eventually, America realized, guys, maybe we should do income tax. Maybe tariffs is a bad idea, because if everyone's paying the same taxes, that means that Elon Musk and the poor guy across the street are going to be paying the same $2,000 in taxes, which isn't fair. That's not fair at all. Because that means that billionaires could keep getting richer and richer and richer without paying any more money. Like, any more money at all. And that doesn't make any sense. And that's what it was about. The tariffs were not about getting people to buy more American. You know, obviously. Because he wouldn't have given Argentina $40 billion and then try to give them even more money to undercut American farmers. Which means it was never about America first. What it is about is making America a better place for rich people. That's what it's about. And by the way, that's not just for Republicans. The Democrats have their own ways of doing the same exact thing. Same exact thing. They're playing for the same people, dude. The sooner you realize that, the better. They're both doing the same exact thing. Both. Neither side is uniquely evil. Nope. They're both evil. It's true. It is true. They're both funded by billionaires. They're both funded by billionaires. The billionaires always get what they want. And now they're going to get even richer and richer because, you know, he's trying to get income tax to not be a thing anymore. Oh, look, we got all this tariff income. I'm going to give $40 billion to Argentina, guys. You guys want $40 billion to Argentina? Yippee! Let's go! $40 billion! Oh, but we need to save some money. I'm gonna cut $2 billion to EBT. Is that alright, guys? But you just gave $40 billion. Yeah, but we're broke and we need to save money. But you just gave away $40 billion. Yeah, but that was 2 seconds ago, and you know, no takesy backsies, you know. So, oh, okay. Well, what about the $20 billion you cut from Medicare? Well, about that, I already gave that to Israel, and so sorry. Oh, okay. Okay, that's great. That's great. Yeah. The gods and quads thing is true. Yeah. It's just, yeah. As soon as you realize that none of your leaders care about you, the better. People need to stop saying, what? Are you telling me they were lying? I thought they cared about me. The guy said it on the news. He said, I love America. He can't be wrong, right? He can't be wrong. People would never lie. You got played, buddy. You got lied to. It's gonna keep happening. You're gonna keep getting lied to. It's like, I just wish someone would get voted in that, like, that's not just not, you know, a normal politician, but is still actually competent. Like, who still actually knows what they're doing, who still is educated, who still actually knows, who isn't a complete idiot, who isn't a conspiracy theorist, who isn't a complete fool, but knows that the entire system is corrupt and needs to be cleaned up. And, you know, who would have thunk it? The billionaire who was friends with fucking Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Clinton wouldn't have been the guy to clean up the swamp. Who would have guessed it, guys? Who would have guessed it? The guy that flip-flopped from Republican to Democrat 6 fucking times between the 70s and now wouldn't have been the guy to clean up the country. Who could have guessed that? Oh, who would have guessed that, guys? Could you have guessed that? Like, come on, dude. You got played by a populist. You got played by a populist. Like, same shit with the fucking Democrats too. Don't even get me started on that shit too. They voted in a fucking senile old man who couldn't tell his left leg from his right, and they're like, "Oh, how did we lose the re-election?" Well, I don't know. The guy is clearly nearing his deathbed. maybe you should have voted in someone else. And no, not the lady that literally needed to have her hand held during the interview because she couldn't get half the fucking questions even remotely coherent in her answers. Like, she was a blabbling fool for like half the interview. Like, she just generally, like, didn't know anything of what she was saying. Like, it's, I don't know. Like, I'm so disillusioned with I'm so disillusioned with everything that's happening right now in our country. It's like, and I'm pretty sure most people are. Like, I don't think I'm a unique case. I think most people are kind of fed up, and they don't know who to trust. They don't know who to trust, and when you have Americans feeling like that, that's a very, very bad thing. But it's a symptom. It's a symptom, you know, and there needs to be an antidote to it, but sad to say, there doesn't look like there is. It doesn't look like there is. I don't think anyone's gonna come along and save us. That's just how it is. I don't think anyone's coming along to save us. And anyone who presents themselves as the solution is probably going to be some extremists. And by the way, they don't care about you either. They don't care about you either. Far left or the far right, they don't care about you either. They're going to be using you. If you fall for their lies, you're doing the same exact thing with the other guys that you did with them. Like, don't fall for their bullshit either. Do not fall for it. They're just doing the same thing. They're doing the same thing. The reality of it is you should vote in people who are in your best interest, yes. But maybe we should stop voting in people who are career politicians. You know, and not even just stop voting in people who are career politicians. Let's stop voting in people who are like billionaires. Let's stop voting in people who are billionaires and, you know, people who are ultra wealthy, and let's just stop doing that. Let's just start voting in people who represent us and our ideas, who aren't super rich and aren't bought out by other countries and other organizations, and you know, actually care about the places they represent. Not that they care about you personally, but that they care about the places they represent. And I don't think we've had a president who's truly cared about the country in a very, very long time. I think Nixon was ultimately self-interested, and not even just to mention his Watergate stuff. I think LBJ was, oh my gosh, don't even get me started on LBJ. You know, HW and Junior, nope, they starting what they did in the Middle East and the warmongering, and Bill Clinton, don't get me started with that corruption. You know, Obama and Biden, hell no. Like JFK was cool, but even him, he had so many conflicts of interest. He was bagging his secretary and bagging like half the women in the White House, all at the same. Like, dude was treating the White House like a Playboy magazine, like, and no one even remembers it. No American even knows that was happening. Like, you do realize that, like, that, you know, that famous song that like the happy birthday, like, Mr. President, that happened at the White House, you know. And by the way, yes, Breaking Bad referenced that in the show when Skylar started singing happy birthday to the boss, to her boss. That was a reference to the time that JFK was sung to by let me see, by Marilyn Monroe. Yeah. And I was blanking on it for a second, but like that's a reference to that. I saw that original thing and I was like, what? And apparently, Jackie was there. Jackie was there watching, and she saw this happening. It's like, dude, how can we trust someone to run the nation while his side hoe is being nationally broadcasted to the entire nation, singing happy birthday to him after she just shagged him? Like, JFK was not a good person either. You were duped there as well. I mean, sure, he was better than a lot of the presidents we had. Don't get me wrong. But he was still an absolute piece of shit. He was still not a great person. Like, you know, he had some cool you know, quotes and speeches, and he did some good things and made some good decisions, but, like, he was still corrupt as shit, dude. Like, you know, truly to me, I don't think we've had a good president since, like, Eisenhower. I think Eisenhower was a man that really did care about America. You know, I think he demonstrated that in his service to his country. And I think he was a very pragmatic person, evidenced by how he is one of the only people in the entirety of American history to have ever been invited by both parties to represent them. When Eisenhower was going to run for president in the 50s, the Democrats and the Republicans begged him and said, "Mr. Eisenhower, please represent us. Please. Please." And he said, "Well, let me think about it. I have to, you know, find out, you know, talk to my wife, and we'll just discuss who represents us the most." And he eventually chose the Republicans. But for a man to be begged by both parties to represent them, I think that demonstrated that he was the natural leader of the country. Because they knew, like, people voting for Eisenhower knew that he cared about America. He didn't leave the office with millions of dollars. He didn't. People like Eisenhower and even Truman would go on to live on government welfare. They lived on government welfare because the paychecks that they were getting from the government was almost nothing. That means that people like Eisenhower and Truman were living like me. They were living like me, dude. And they were running the country just a couple years before. I think we need to return to a time like that, where it's like, where our president is no more special than you or I. But that doesn't mean they weren't special in their person, like in their character. Like, Eisenhower was a deeply, like, deeply special person. I genuinely believe that he was a legendary person, but, like, it didn't come from his status. It didn't come from, you know, what he was. It came from who he was, like, you know, who he demonstrated himself to be. You know, he showed himself to be a very honorable person who deeply cared about this country, and people voted him in. You know, he saved the world from the Germans in World War II. The bad Germans. We can't say what they are because of YouTube. The bad ones, you know. And, you know, through his service, he won the respect of Americans, and we voted him in. And I think Eisenhower was, like, the last good president we had. And there's a reason why he's the only president to have called out the military-industrial complex. He was the only one to do that. Only one. There's a reason for that, dude. Eisenhower and Truman would go on to live on social welfare programs because they made hardly anything during their presidencies. And I have so much respect for that, dude. I love Eisenhower. You guys should read up on Eisenhower, or even just watch a video or something on Eisenhower. He's such a cool guy. Like, super humble too. So humble. He was also the first. He was the first president on television, believe it or not. You know, back when our presidents cared about, like, you know, future technological advancements, and he took like personal investment in it, not financial investment like you know, some people, but personal investment like time and energy. And he was like, oh, you know, television, okay, all right, you know, I'll go and check out what's happening. And he went over to this news station and that would have broadcasted radio news. And he went there, and he was one of the first people ever broadcasted. Our president, Eisenhower, was one of the first people ever broadcasted. You know, you guys should seriously look into him, I'm telling you. You'll come to respect some of the people that used to lead our country. Seriously. He knew where the country was headed, and he warned America. Which is why he didn't address politicians, he didn't address Congress. He said, my fellow Americans, this is to you, not Congress, not my fellow constituents, you know, not my fellow co-workers and assistants, but to you. All of Americans, all of us. And, I think we've lost that. I think somewhere along the way that we lost the time where people that were voted in genuinely had a goal, a vision for people other than just themselves. They didn't go in thinking, oh man, this is going to be the achievement of my life. They went in to being the president saying, I am going to make some of the greatest achievements in my life after I become president. Becoming the president was not the achievement to them, because they knew that it was only a means to an end, and the means to an end that they were hoping for was improving the country. You know, they would have never thought of kicking off everyday people from programs that they needed and then sending $40 billion to some South American country. It would have never happened. Never. Would have never happened at all. It's completely beyond me how our politics have completely shifted to prioritize consistently everyone but the everyday average American. That's how our politics have shifted. And it's like a facade now. All it is, every election, it's just about tricking people. It's about tricking enough people into thinking that your side is better than the other side. That's what it is. And that's why I haven't voted, and I'm not going to vote. I'm extremely well informed on all of this, and that's the exact reason why I won't. I know history, I know a crap ton about it, I know politics, but I know too much. And I know none of them deserve my vote. None of them. They don't deserve my vote. I know how they view us in private. You know, many politicians have had their conversations leaked, many popular ones, where they'll refer to everyday Americans as trash. Trash. Where they'll mock them, be like, they really voted us in, huh? They'll be like, oh wow, they really voted us in, we got them. That's like, what do you mean? We got them? Bro, like, do you not even believe your own Kool-Aid? Like, you don't believe in any of the stuff you said? They don't even believe in the stuff they said anymore. We've hit in a whole new level of politics where the people that we're voting in don't even believe in any of the things they're saying anymore. There used to be a time where they at least had to convince themselves that they did. Not anymore. Nope. Not anymore. That's not how it works. Now all they have to do is post a couple TikToks and make people believe that they've really got your best interests at heart while they send $40 billion to another country. Or they'll pardon 1,000 people that they never even met, but because they paid off their children, you know, might as well, right? You know, and again, it stretches across party lines. It is not one political party. Reminder that one of our current president's greatest friends in his life was Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton. And he still is very friendly to him. Publicly, yes, he acts like, oh yeah, I don't like that guy, no. But whenever he's asked about, hey, Trump, what's your favorite president? He always refers to Bill Clinton. And it's because he was friends with him. He was friends with Bill Clinton for like 2 decades. They hung out like all the time. Seriously, they were like best friends. Legitimately, they were like best friends. And so they still view each other like favorably. Like Trump still likes Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton still likes Trump. You know, they might not like Hillary, but it's true. And the rich and powerful like the rich and powerful. That's how it is. It's not about left and right. That's a lie that you were told. Yes, the one party will say something that you don't agree with, and you should definitely vote for the other guy if the total sum of what you disagree with is more on one side. You get what I mean? Like, you should always vote in your own interest. Always. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, the person you're voting in is more often than not very similar to the other guy on the other side. He's very similar. Most of these guys go to the same dinners. They're in the same social clubs. They went to the same schools. They went to the same everything. You know, Carwin talked about this. They're in a club and you're not in it. And it's true, dude. It is. It's true. He's completely right. It's not just some, like, stupid, edgy statement. It's true. It's completely true. Like, they're living in completely different worlds, where their worlds are pre-established. Like, their lives are set up for them the moment they're born. They have everything planned out. Everything that's ever going to happen to them, they have it. Everything mapped out. And in much respects, poor people have it the same way, except their life is mapped out in complete misery, and they have to find happiness in themselves. You know, they have to find happiness in themselves. Same with middle class, too. They have to find happiness in themselves because more and more they can't even buy things that regular Americans used to. You know, the middle class can hardly even afford a house anymore. Like, we're not even talking about the lower class anymore. Even most middle-class Americans will not even be able to buy a house. It's like, these politicians live in completely different worlds. They do. They'll never know how you live. They'll never know what you need. They'll never care. They don't want to. They don't want to know, and they don't want to care. It's all about the facade. So never act surprised, never think that one side's morally superior. Just vote in your own interests, see who, you know, agrees with you more, and vote for that guy. Or abstain from voting. Even better. Even better. That's enough of my rant, but that's my suggestion. You know, I've just had enough. I've had enough of all these people. Just even like the political commentators, like everyone online. Like almost every political commentator you have on YouTube and Twitch and Kick and everything, every single one of these guys. Almost every single one of these guys were born in relative wealth. Like, you know, they grew up in, you know, this standard, you know, 2-story house that their parents had already bought and paid off. You know, they had a car when they were 18 and it was nice and cool. They went to a nice school, a university, completely paid for. Like, they don't know what it is to go through financial hardship. They don't know what it's like to go through any of that, dude. None of them. Like, these people sitting around their desks being like, yeah, Americans, they fed up. They fed up. Egg go up $2. It's a lot. Bro, when's the last time your goofy ass ever went to the store? When's the last time you even went to the store? When's the last time you cooked an egg? Bro, we know damn well you don't cook your own food. We know damn well you don't. You do not know the price of groceries. You've never been to the store. You're like... You've never been to the store. How can you even know that grocery prices are up? The only way you know that is because everyone else is talking about it. Like, rich people don't even shop for themselves anymore. I don't know if anyone has noticed that. All of them just literally order Instacart. It's all Instacart and DoorDash for them. And it's not DoorDash the way that poor people will order DoorDash. I mean, like, these people order everything through Instacart and DoorDash. Everything. They will never have to go to the store. And because they're rich, they're like, waste my time? No. I could put $1,000 order for groceries. And it'll be here in 2 hours and I don't have to do any of my own shopping. Like, they don't know how much shit costs. Shit, most of these political commentators have maids. They don't even clean up their own messes. Most of these people have their own maids and own people cleaning up after them. They've got managers. Like, these people have lived on easy mode their entire lives. Like, they don't know what hardship is like. None of them. You know? I just wish that people would start listening to people who actually know what it's like, or alternatively, watch people who just entertain you, even. You know? If they're not doing one of those things, don't watch them. Either they need to be someone who you can relate to, or someone that makes you laugh. That's how it should be like. Don't give time to people who could give less of a shit about you and people like you. Like, sure, they're not gonna know you on a personal level. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if they had the decision to press a button, help this person or not help this person. These people would not care either way. Even if it was free, most of these people would be like, yeah, but like, why do I need to push the button? It's like, I don't know, because it's like the right thing to do. Like, they're like, oh, well, I mean, I guess. It's like, what happened to morality, bro? Like, what happened to like basic human morality? Like, everyone is lacking it nowadays. Like, it's always like incentives. Like, everyone has to have an incentive to be a good person, or like, or to like do the right thing, you know? It's like that. By no means am I saying be the moralist, but like, I don't know, decent morals, like decent, like basic goodness. I don't know, like, don't be completely self-interested. You know, don't be completely self-absorbed. Don't just think of your own needs. Like, especially if you're a political commentator and you are literally profiting off of the idea that you know what it's like. That's literally what political commentators do. They profit off of you by making you think that they think exactly like you. They know how it's like. They know what it's like. Okay, they know what it's like. They've been through it too. No, they haven't. None of them. Almost none of them have. None of them have. They don't care. They haven't, and they never will. They don't know what hardship is like at all. And they'll never have to, and they like it that way. And if you're suffering, it's your fault. Like, oh, you can't afford a house? You can't afford groceries? You can't afford a car? You can't afford this? That's your fault. That's what they think. That's what they think. And they won't tell you that. They'll be like, oh yeah, it's that group of people. That's why you can't do it. But secretly in their head, I'm telling you right now, that's not what they think. What they think is, it's your fault. That's your fault. That's why it's happening. That's what they think. You know? I'm serious. I am being completely serious. These people think it's your fault. Every single one of them. And if they heard you ever be like, yeah, man, my life is kind of bad right now. I'm struggling with this and this. They'd be like, so? Okay. Like, they don't care. They would chuckle. They would chuckle. Every single one of them, they would chuckle. They don't care about what you're going through. None of them. None of them care what you're going through. You know? And I would at least them be honest about it. But they're not honest about it. You know? Influencers, especially, they profit off of the idea, off of this, you know, parasocial idea that, you know, they're there for you. They get you. Okay? They understand what it's like. Like, no, they don't. No, they don't. Their entire identity is based off of the belief that they're just like you, and you know, they think exactly like you, they do exactly like you, and you should support them because, for any number of reasons, because, you know, oh, they're a gamer, and you know, they believe in the same politics as you, or they have the same discontentment as you, or they don't care. I'm telling you right now, they don't care. They don't. They don't. Nope. Nope. And I found that out very quickly. Once I found out that most of the beliefs that many of these people claim to have, it's completely bullshit. It is. It's complete bullshit. They don't believe in half the shit that they say. They flip-flop on a dime, and it's not because they are so insanely smart and they always concede when they're wrong. That's not why they flip-flop. They flip-flop because they don't believe in anything that they say. They're wannabe populists. They're people that basically just change their minds on a dime because they don't actually believe in anything. They're not changing their minds. They're just giving you a new spin. They're giving you a new, like, just bullshit story about what they believe in. And you can see this with a lot of people. I'm serious. You can see this with a lot of people where, you know, I'd be watching someone and they'd be like, they'd give an opinion on some sort of situation. And then the very next week, their opinion would be the exact opposite. And I'd be like, what changed? What changed between the two? Last week, you said that, you know, you hated authoritarianism and you know, people don't like being told what to do and yada yada. And then this week, you've completely changed your opinion. Now, you actually love authoritarianism and you believe that people should be told what to do. So what is it? Which one is it? Which one is it? Like, they're frauds, every single one of them. Every single one of them. Most of these people don't even know shit about politics. These people know what they know about politics because they read through the timeline on Twitter. And, by the way, that's not an insult to anyone watching, by the way. This is towards political commentators. People who are supposed to know. Not towards the everyday normal person. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying towards people that get paid for knowing they don't actually know shit. You know? Even like gaming commentators and stuff that like are supposed to know the everyday news of whatever's going on with that. Even they don't usually know. Seriously, they don't know. They find some sort of social media post and they just repost. They just repost. They found out the same way you did. They saw someone else posting about it and they're like, oh, there you go. None of these people know more than you. None of them. None of them know more than you. That's the point I'm trying to get across. None of them know more than you. None of them. None of these rich assholes know more than you. None of these, you know, pompous Harvard college educated people, none of them know more than you. And their whole identity is keeping up the facade that they do. That's their whole entire social and career identity, really. Is that they know more than you, and because of that, you know, you should support them because they're a bastion of your beliefs. Like, nah. No. Nope. Nope. That's why I don't follow you know, any sort of political pundits or any sort of political commentator or, you know what I mean? Like, I don't follow any sort of even like commentary YouTubers or streamers. I don't. Nope. Because I've watched so many of them over the years and they always contradict themselves. They never stay consistent. Because to them it doesn't matter. And the ones that claim it does matter to them, they always just conveniently convince themselves as to why it's different. Like, whenever they're contradicting themselves, I mean. Like, they could contradict themselves and they're like, well, oh, well, it's different. It's different this time. Like, nah. Nope. Nope. The market may be bad, but I slept like a baby last night. I woke up every hour and cried. Yeah. Yeah, like, that reminds me. Like, you know, these social commentators and also, even the politicians. Like, when the government is shut down, right? And military families, you know, didn't get their pay, and government employees, and EBT was cut, and everything, right? All these people, they're all super rich. They've never been on any of these programs. They don't know what you're going through, but they've all gotta do this, like, this act that they care. And they're like, I don't know if you guys saw that video of the Republican being like, this is because those guys, like, hold on. Hold on. This is because of every single one of you idiots. Like, you cannot morally grandstand and be like, it's because of those guys. Be mad at them, guys. I'm being overly exaggerating, like, here, like pointing my arm at that guy and being way over the top. It's that person's fault. Like, can you shut up, dude? Like, you're such a jackass. Like, acting like he cares, like flopping his arms around. You don't care. How much you want to bet that, like, half these politicians, on the left and the right, as soon as EBT was cut, they all were like, heck, serves them right. Every single one, like on both sides. Seriously, it's true. And we can point to specific examples as to why I'm right. And like the instances of politicians on both sides not giving a single shit if, you know, welfare systems, you know, are ran dry or are cut or anything that helps everyday Americans, if gas prices go up. Like, for instance, let's start with the Democrat side, like Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter was on this mission to save money for the government. That's what he claimed. He said, you know, we're saving money for the government. We're running out of money, and we need to decrease spending. That's what he was saying. And so, you know, he said, let's cut some programs, right? And the first thing he did was cut welfare of EBT, cutting programs like, you know, WIC and stuff like that. Although our modern day WIC is a fairly new thing, but I mean like the predecessor. And not just that, but also like things like Medicare. Jimmy Carter, the first thing he did to save government money was cut all welfare systems. Like, that's a Democrat. Like, do you guys not, like, even if for some reason you don't like welfare at all, do you guys find even a little bit crazy how a Democrat who claims to be so like preoccupied with maintaining welfare, like Democrats act like they are obsessed with welfare, right? Don't you guys find it a little crazy that the first thing that a Democrat president cuts, Jimmy Carter, is EBT and other welfare systems to save money? Isn't that like a little bit crazy that the economy was going through this great recession under him? Americans were struggling to buy groceries, struggling to eat, struggling to provide for themselves. And this Democrat, who had spent his entire career acting like he cared about poor people, and the first thing he did was cut their benefits. I would have rather at least voted in someone who acted like they didn't care. I would vote in someone who didn't care about me at all at that point. Because at least he's not trying to morally pander and be like, oh yeah, I care about you, dude. Oh yeah, I care about you guys. Trust me, Americans, I care about you. Like, they don't give a shit. They don't care. And how do we know? Well, believe it or not, a lot of the things that we know about what Jimmy Carter was thinking at the time was because his staff leaked this. I'm not making it out, I'm serious. His staff leaked this and said some of the things that Jimmy Carter was saying about poor people and about the welfare that he was cutting. And I found out that, by the way, this isn't conspiracies. This is like things that were talked about in interviews with like newspapers and such. This isn't conspiracy theories. These are people that went on the record talking about what their boss, Jimmy Carter, said. And they were like, oh yeah, he was really, really nasty. He was saying, like, he was basically, paraphrasing here, but he was basically saying that the people on welfare were basically lowlives. Like, he was saying, oh yeah, if they're suffering so bad, you know, it's just because they're lazy. Like, you can't afford food, oh yeah, it's just because you're lazy. And the reason this was leaked, and the things that Jimmy Carter was saying about people on welfare was leaked, was because the staff that overheard him when he was saying this had been genuinely so disgusted that they had to literally, like, immediately leak this. And they jotted down everything he said on a piece of paper and they gave it to journalists. And I'm serious, you can look this up and find out the type of things that he was saying. But in the public eye, he was like, oh yeah, we had to make some cuts, but they're necessary. We still really care about these programs and these people, but it was just a necessary thing, and we're gonna need Americans to hold it together and make it through it. But in private, he was mocking the people who were upset. He was mocking them. And these were the same people that voted him in. The same fucking people that voted his ass in. He mocked. And it's like, dude, I totally get why people vote for the other side when they're disillusioned. I get it. I get it. After seeing what Jimmy Carter said, and I can't even say all the things he said, I'm serious. But if you look it up, you'll see some of the things he said. Like, he was saying, oh yeah, you know, they can pick themselves up from their own bootstraps, you know, yada yada, right? And one of his staff said, but what about, like, pregnant women? What about pregnant women who need this? And he literally just, like, scoffed. I remember, like, I'm serious. He just straight up went like, are you serious? It's like, really, dude? Like, the way he reacted, you would think that he was a Republican. The way you would think is it would be someone that, you know, doesn't really value welfare, you know, publicly. But no, someone that acted like they were a bastion of welfare said those things. And that's when I started to realize, reading about some of these things, that politicians and what they say, almost all of it is complete bullshit. I've ranted about Democrats, but now let me rant about Republicans. Republicans, for their immigration bullshit, right? Don't you find it kind of funny that, you know, the same people that are, you know, apparently pro-deportation and all this stuff, don't you find it kind of funny that many of these same guys are billionaires who've profited off of this class of people coming in illegally into the country for looked like a decade, and suddenly they have a problem with it now? They were paying these guys like literally like slave wages, which undercut Americans, like actual everyday Americans. It was hurting everyday Americans, and they have a problem with it now. They didn't have a problem with it a decade ago when construction companies were hiring illegals. They didn't have a problem with it when farmers were having to make almost their entire staff illegal immigrants. They didn't have a problem with it during COVID. They didn't have a problem with it even in the 2018, 2016. They didn't have a problem with it even in 2014. But now they have a problem with it? They didn't have a problem with it when the illegals were helping run casinos. They didn't have a problem with it when they were working in the construction in New York and they were building up their buildings and their sky towers and, you know, their Trump Tower even, for instance, doing work on that or doing any work on their golf resorts. They didn't have any problem with that before, but suddenly now they care. And for that, what do I think the difference is now? Well, it's because now it's a shift in priorities. Trump would actually rather illegals, like all these people, do come in. He would rather they actually all come in. But with him shifting to politics, obviously, and becoming the president, every illegal that comes in is more likely to vote against him. That's why he has a problem with it now. It has nothing to do with them stealing jobs. They didn't have a problem with illegals stealing your jobs for the last decade. Not a single time did Trump ever care about illegals taking your jobs. When he hired out contractors he knew were illegals for decades. But now he cares. Why? Because he knows that every illegal that comes in is far more likely to vote for his enemy. And now he cares. But how do we know that this still kind of lines up with how he thinks today? Well, take a look at some of the visas he's doing. And some of the work visas he's doing, and giving it to, planning at least, to give it to millions of people just out of the blue. Like, these were people that he claimed that he didn't want in the country. But now he does, as long as they go through the official channels. All that does is let in those same people. But now the government gets tax dollars for their work. That's all that is. Like, they're still gonna take your jobs. I would rather have like low qualification workers. You know, people that are not highly educated and can only work like you know, like McDonald's or something, right? Or farming or something like that, right? I would rather them be in the country rather than immigrants who are stealing millions of the highest quality jobs. Because that's the trade that's happening. For every million, you know, low quality, low education worker that Trump is kicking out of the country, he's letting in another million educated immigrants who are stealing your high-paying jobs, the ones that are much more rare, the ones that Americans have to fight over. Like, they're taking the better jobs. Like, I don't think anyone's complaining over immigrants stealing their farming jobs and stealing their McDonald's jobs. I don't think a single American cares about that. Maybe change my mind. Change my mind, seriously. If any American out there listening has a problem with Jose taking their farming job, let me know. Does anyone care about being a farmhand? I'm not saying about owning a farm. I'm saying being a farmhand. Is that upsetting to anyone? Really? I'll tell you that what would be is if a million immigrants that just came into the country last year are all being prioritized over Americans to get those same jobs. And that's what made those work visas even worse. These people that are coming into the country by the millions on these work visas that Trump's doing, they are basically coming in with guaranteed assurances that they'll get jobs when they come here. Like, guaranteed that they'll get whatever job that they want. Like, it's ridiculous. and they're basically being put on lists. And if your name is next to someone that's on one of these work visas, they will almost always prioritize the guy on the work visa. And it's to incentivize to keep them here. That's the reason why it happens. It's to incentivize people staying. That's why. And I found out about this, and I was kind of shocked. I was like, what? Why would they be incentivized to, like, have to stay here? Like, but it's true. They are, seriously, it's like, these are the same people that had a problem with DEI, right? They were always talking about it, DEI, DEI. And they're just making a new DEI. Any immigrant who comes into the country on one of these work visas get priority employment over you with the same education qualifications. If you get the same exact education from the same exact school as someone on a work visa this year, the person from the other country is going to be prioritized over you. I'm not making this up. It's part of the program that's providing the work visa. And my problem isn't with immigrants. My problem is with inconsistent politicians. They're all self-motivated, they're all self-interested, and none of them care about you. That's what I'm saying. None of them hard believe in anything. Trump isn't America first. It's a lie. And, you know, Democrats don't care about you and your welfare. You know, Republicans don't care about keeping taxes low for the majority of Americans. It's about that top 1%. And Democrats are paid off by rich billionaires as well. They're funded by the same exact people. You're getting played by both parties. They don't believe in any of the things that they say they believe. Neither side. They're always self-interested. Always. If Trump does this dividend thing, which I don't think he will, I think it'll turn into a tax break. You can mark my words right now. I think it'll turn into like some sort of tax break, so it won't be for everyone. But if he does actually do the $2,000 dividend for every American, I'll at least have gained a little more respect for the guy for keeping to his word. But I doubt it. I don't think he will. I don't think it's gonna happen. I hope I'm wrong. I hope every single person listening gets one. I hope every single person gets one. But I have a feeling it's not gonna happen. I have a feeling it's just an attempt to win people over after losing the most recent elections. He knows people are upset, and he wants to stop that. He wants to make people think that he's on their side, and he wants to help the everyday American. It's not true. It's not even remotely true. Anyways, I'm sorry for ranting, but it gets just frustrating seeing it like happen, like, you know, and people just falling for the bullshit, you know. Like, I know damn well none of these politicians care about me or any of the things that they claim to represent. I'm not gonna vote. Why would I? I know the type of things these people say about us in private. Why would I? Why would I vote in someone who values world leaders from other countries more than me? Probably have to meet their standards to get a check. it's probably going to be, the dividends are probably just going to be tax breaks, so it's going to be people who are, you know, who are working, you know, enough jobs basically to collect tax returns, and it'll probably be like a percentage. It'll probably be like a, you know, a bonus on your tax return, basically, is what I'm saying. Like, which I guess is nice. I mean, whoever works and gets tax returns, I mean, you know, I mean, that's good. That'll help some Americans, of course, but it won't really help a lot of the people that were on EBT and help, you know, on many of these welfare programs. Pretty much none of them will be helped. And it's like, you know, sure, are some people using and abusing the system? Sure. But, like, there are plenty of people that aren't. Like, I went to the doctor's office, and there's this old lady that was asked by the nurse. She's like, you know, you got any plans for Thanksgiving? She's like, no, EBT got cut. She said, we don't have any money to eat. And I'm like, wow. Do the politicians in Congress have any idea who they're affecting? This is this 80-year-old woman saying about how she's going to starve on Thanksgiving. Like, I mean, you know, I mean, we're on welfare too. We're on EBT too, but it's like, that's an 80-year-old woman saying how she wasn't going to be able to eat that holiday. None of the politicians know any of the human impact of what they're doing. None of them. And they'd rather it stay that way, because as soon as they have to know the impact of what they're doing, they would have to start questioning themselves. And they don't want to do that. Why would they want to do that? They've got a good thing going on for them. It's all about maintaining the status quo, so why would they? That's why they don't want to know about your problems. And they don't want to fix them either. They want things to stay the way they are because it's in their best interest. Just like how you at the voting office will vote in whoever you think is in your best interest. Well, they enact policies that they believe is best for them. Not best for you. Not best for the people that are voting them in, but best for them. That's why all these guys invest in stocks right before they, you know, they do some sort of legislation or something. You know, they'll be passing a bill. They'll be on some special council. They'll make some sort of legislation, and they'll invest in the stock and then sell it all off right before the legislation goes live. All right before. And they'll make millions of dollars. It's ridiculous. Congressmen should not be able to trade the stocks. None of them. Because they're directly benefiting off Americans losing their money in the stock market. They're gaining off of it. That money doesn't grow on trees. They're taking it from everyday Americans. But, I mean, I hope that maybe at least the dividend, you know, if it won't go to many Americans that were on EBT or nothing, hopefully it'll go to the people that obviously on their tax returns, they'll get an extra credit maybe, and maybe they'll get a little more, you know. I'm sure that'll help some people at least. Better than nothing, but you know, many Americans won't get that, but it's good for the people that will, at least, you know. But still like a half measure thing. And it was something he was already going to do, but he's gonna try to market it as something he's doing for everyone, when in reality it's like something he was already going to do. You know? But, you know, it's, that's just the way it is, dude. You know? What else is there to say? Social commentators don't care about you. Politicians don't care about you. Influencers don't care about you. None of them. It's all about what you can provide to them, and that's it. That's the world. That's just how things are, you know? But, you gotta look out for yourself, how you can. Meanwhile, they'll make millions off of stocks and lobbying and all this other stuff. They'll be paid off, and their influence will be just a couple $1,000s away anytime. It's really sad. Washington would be very, very upset with the state of things today. You know? Like, being a politician is a job now. That's how people make their living. Government got shut down, and 42 million Americans suffer, and they all get paid. Yep, all those congressmen get paid. They can shut down the government for 40 days, and oh, it won't matter. Shit, they want a pat on the back for funding the government finally. That's your job. That's your job. You guys don't deserve a pat on the back for funding the government. Like, good job, you did what we pay you to do. That's why we voted you in. Good job. Like, please, dude. Ridiculous. Speaking of another thing, that's another thing. I think we treat veterans like shit. And, you know, this is just another thing. I think that we do treat veterans like shit. The services they're given, mental health and everything, it's absolutely terrible. I know that, like, you know, there are some benefits that can be taken advantage of by some smart people when they get some military benefits, but not the individual, not the veterans. Veterans, not like combat veterans and you know, elderly veterans or single veterans. You know, many of them don't get the programs and resources that they need, and I think many politicians also kind of play up, you know, how much they care. I don't think any of them actually give a shit about veterans at all. You know, they don't care. Of course they don't. None of them. They never have. And I think that was a big relief when Eisenhower was voted in, because they kind of felt like they had someone who, while he didn't have combat experience, knew what war was like. Even if he didn't have combat experience, you know, he had seen men who had just been in the front lines, these hospitals. He visited these hospitals from men who had just suffered from the war. And he did that a lot, and he would always visit these men at the bedside. And he saw the results of war firsthand. And he didn't shy away from it. He didn't say, I'm gonna stop going to these hospitals and everything. He kept going because he wanted to remember the human cost of what was happening. Eisenhower wanted to be reminded of the cost of war. He didn't want to forget. That's a leader, dude. That is a leader. And for someone to have come from a military background like he did, to be a warlike president, a wartime president, right? And to be so distrusting of the military-industrial complex when he was literally a wartime president during, like, that's insane. Like, he served in World War II, suffered all he had to, unprecedented levels of war before, during, and after his presidency, and he still warned everyone about the industrial complex. The military-industrial complex. He warned everyone. And why? Because he was self-aware. He was also self-aware, and he knew what was happening. He knew the Pentagon was getting insane levels of control, and the way that the military was funded was being done way different than before. And the systems that had been built to help defend America during World War II were being abused for monetary gain by these elites. And rather than, you know, bumping shoulder to shoulder with these guys and laughing it up and profiting with them, Ike said, hell no. Ike said, look at what these people are doing. Be careful. That is character, dude. That is an unprecedented level of character for a man to tell you about a threat when he has zero reason to other than simply caring. It cut his opportunities after being president. He would have made millions if he had just shut his mouth and not said anything about the military-industrial complex. Ike would have made millions. They would have given him like a military job, like they give many politicians, advisory jobs in many of these companies, or like or even like public speaker jobs for many of these companies. They give politicians these jobs that make easy pay for almost no work at all. And Ike could have been set up with a super fat check. And instead of taking their money, he warned everyone. He saw what they were doing. He saw what agencies like these secret agencies like the CIA and everything were doing with starting these wars across the world and engineering these conflicts and everything just to keep war going. Ike saw that and he chose to warn you. Do you think any politician nowadays would do that? When they have zero reason to. That's the time that I want to go back to, where our leader actually cares, where they actually want what's best for people in the country and the country itself. That's the time I want to go back to. I think we really do need a leader who genuinely does care like that. That shows so much character to put aside that fact check and be like, no. Like, Americans, I know I don't address you often directly. That's seriously what he said. He's like, this is to you, Americans. Like, I know this is abnormal, but you need to listen to me. And he warned us. And that warning would be a sign of what was to come. It's deeply concerning how much power they have, and it's not a conspiracy. Believe it or not, I could track it back to even specific presidents. For instance, Joe Biden, his mansion and farmhouse was bought by a military contractor. A company that one of these companies that work closely with the Pentagon and build our weapons paid for Joe Biden's mansion and farmhouse. Why did they do that? Because they made him a deal. And Joe is by no means a special case. Almost all of these politicians are offered similar deals to jeopardize their morality for financial gain, and what do you know? They do it. They always choose it. They'll always choose it. Every time. If a politician can choose whether to line his own pockets or help you or help America, they're always going to choose to line their own pockets. Every time. I've grown so disillusioned with how things are and the people that represent us. It's not even funny. And the way that these people create propaganda, and they seriously try to trick you into believing that not only are they just like you, but that they're thinking exactly the same way that you do. It's complete bullshit. No. Nope. Nope. It's not true. It's not true. There used to be a time before World War II where, or even before the 1950s, where a president, he wouldn't be set up for life. Being a president was not the be-all, end-all. You did not go into office, make all your money, and you were done with life. You retired and everything was done. You didn't have to worry about, securing your financial position and making enough money to survive. Like, there was a time where presidents had to worry about that. Where they knew that being the president would not mean that they had a one-way ticket to luxury for the rest of their life. But somewhere along the way, being a president was the end of someone's career. Like, making it to the presidency was the peak of their life. Not doing things as president, but becoming president. That becoming president was the best thing that they would ever do. And we should really, seriously, we need to return to a time where becoming president isn't the best thing that you do. Like, sad, dude. Seriously, it's so sad. Like, these people will write like 10 books, like what I did as president, how I did as president, like, these are the difficult things that I faced. Which, okay, yeah, sure, those are interesting. That's really cool. But it's like, it's just a blatant, like, showing that, like, they're just monetizing off of it. Like, you know, you know, there's a speech that this organization wants me to give. I'll do it for $5 million. Like, are you sure we're doing this for a charity or no? I would take $5 million for that. Thank you. Do you think I might be bullshitting? No. There came a time where if a genuine good cause or some sort of political rally or something was going on, you didn't have to pay the president or former president for a speech. But nowadays, you better bet your ass you do. Presidents are treated like celebrities now. Being a president didn't used to mean that you were a celebrity. That wasn't always the case. I think somewhere along the time, there was a little bit that predated it, but I think somewhere along the time of JFK, we started glorifying presidents so much that they became like Hollywood celebrities instead of people that were directly responsible for your well-being. We no longer constructively criticize the president, but began to either glorify them or demonize them in the same fashion of a movie villain. We don't treat these people as human anymore. We treat them as Hollywood movie characters, as celebrities, as gods and demons. That's how we treat these people. It's like, and yeah, they do a lot of bad and not very much good anymore. But these are humans. These are humans. And no one should be glorifying any politician. Any politician whatsoever. Especially the politicians of today. And you can even look at the presidential mottos of every president in the last couple of decades. The stark difference between presidential mottos like Ike's, of we like Ike, we like Ike. The difference between that and some of the mottos of the last couple decades of like that were basically used to inspire fear and to inspire separation between Americans. It's so crazy. And the fear and separation started with, I believe, LBJ. With that, if you guys remember or if you guys have seen it, you guys can look it up right now if you haven't. Lyndon B. Johnson made a TV ad of basically fear-mongering for the nuclear bombs. You know, the hysteria that everyone believed that they were going to get nuked, and you know, you hide under your desk and everything. Well, Lyndon B. Johnson, his political ad was literally like a ticking time bomb and a nuke being set off in the background while a little girl looked behind her and basically died. And Lyndon B. Johnson said, essentially, he said, "This is America under my opponent." And it's like, what? What the like, what? That's not even a criticism of like any sort of policies or anything. LBJ did Barry Goldwater dirty with that ad. Like, yeah, exactly. And it's like, LBJ wasn't saying that this policy was bad or this thing that my opponent believes is bad. No, He just straight up went, if you vote for my opponent, your children are gonna die. That's, in my opinion, where politics started to make a vast, vast shift in the modern day. Because that is ridiculous. It's insane. Insane. Like, can you imagine a politician putting out tomorrow, putting out an ad that said, if you vote for my opponent, we're all getting nuked. And then like showing like a little girl getting nuked. Can you imagine if a politician put out something like that today? The same visual demonstration in that ad might not be shown in today's ads, but the same visceral hatred shown in those ads for their opponent is shown just as much, if not more, in today's political ads. Like, for instance, Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton, during her campaign, 80% of her political campaign ads were personal attacks against Donald Trump. Not against his policies, not against what he stood for, none of that. Personal attacks. 80%. At that point, it's like, are you even debating on, like, political ideas anymore? Like, is this really about politics anymore? Or is this about, like, you know, who is worse? Like, oh, that guy's a demon. No, that guy is a warmonger. It's like, that's ridiculous. That is insane, dude. We need to go back to simpler times. Like, I want to go back to a time where if the president got voted in, he wouldn't be signed up for a book deal, a movie deal, be given all of these military contracts and roles and jobs and all these, financial deals. And I want to go back to a time where becoming president didn't mean that you had just became one of the richest people for life. I don't want presidents to be celebrities. Does that mean I don't want presidents to have charisma? No, that's not what I mean. What I mean is I don't want it to be the be-all, end-all. I want a president to go in, do their job, and then go out. That's what presidents are supposed to do. You go in, you get the job done, and you leave. It's not about you going in and that was the best thing you did and now you're a celebrity, now you're going to go out and you're going to get all these movie deals and these book deals and you're going to get your name everywhere, you're going to get your face on a mountain, you're going to get all that. Like, no. You did your job and you leave and that's it. And I also, with that, I miss the time where if a president was going through something. One thing that people don't really talk about is during the Cuban Missile Crisis. And JFK needed advice. He didn't know what to do. He was genuinely struggling. He was like, I don't know what the right decision is. And instead of locking himself in with his own thoughts or going to talk to someone who was just going to be a yes man and tell JFK exactly what he wanted to hear. Instead, JFK called Eisenhower, which was technically someone from the rival party. Eisenhower was technically a Republican, and John F. Kennedy was a Democrat. But John F. Kennedy still called up Eisenhower and said, "What do I do?" And it was the level of respect and concern that both men displayed, where Eisenhower's like, "Listen, kid, you know, you've got to believe in yourself, and you've got to really think about what you're going to do. But you know, this is what I would advise, and I would take time to think on this." And he was giving him advice, like genuine advice, saying like, you know, that you need to call in the leader of Russia for a meeting, and you need to start some sort of dialogue, and but he, like, you know, was basically saying, but don't be afraid to stand up for Americans. And like, he was giving him genuine advice on how to proceed, and how to not get us into war, how to not get us all blown up. And that was Democrat to Republican. A Democrat president was in trouble, so he called a Republican former president on what to do. Like, wow. That just shows so much character. Like, the first guy JFK thought of calling was someone from the rival party. And he did help him. And to me, that says more about Eisenhower's character. That JFK genuinely believed that he could go to Eisenhower, ask for advice, and he would tell him. And he did. He did. Eisenhower told him what to do. He was on that phone call for a long time, and he said, if you need, you know, to talk again, I'm here. And it was reported that Eisenhower and his wife had become close personal friends of the Kennedys after that phone call. They'd become close personal friends after that phone call. And Eisenhower and his wife did whatever they could to help the president. Did whatever they could to make sure that he could do the best job that he could. To them, it didn't matter about, you know, partisan politics, party politics. It didn't matter to them. What mattered was John F. Kennedy was president. Eisenhower was the former president. And Eisenhower needed to do whatever he could to help John do what he needed to do. And I really wish that we could go back to that. That we could go back to a period where a Democrat or a Republican as president could call up a former president of the other party and just ask him for advice. Not under some pretense of We gotta get along with the other side. No, no, no. Just genuinely calling them up and being like, what do I do? That is, that's something really integral that we have lost as a country. We can't do that anymore. That was America first. That was America first. People just dehumanize their opponents to fearmonger citizens. Exactly, yep. 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 I completely agree. But, you know, despite all the bad that's happening, I want to believe that one day it will go back to that. That, you know, the fear-mongering and the demonization and everything that's going on. One day that will be put aside, and one day we'll have it like we used to, where if the country is going through crisis, one guy can call up the other guy from the other party, and they'll come to a solution. Because it's not about their egos, it's not about their party, it's about the country. I wanted to go back to that time. That's the type of stuff that has made me care about America as much as I do, is hearing about how much these other men did. And all the service that they did to for the country, you know, out of genuine care. Not because it would line their pockets, not because they'd be able to pardon their family members, not because they would be able to get some job or financial deal, but because that was what the job called for. Someone that cared. Yep. And I feel like they've successfully convinced many people nowadays that the parties are what matters the most. That if you know, that guy across the street is of the other party, that's the most important thing that matters. That's the most defining thing between you and your neighbor, is that you're a Republican or you're a Democrat and your neighbor is the other. But I want to believe that that's not true. I want to believe that what really makes the difference is what kind of person that person is. Like, no parties are perfect. Parties are inherently bad, like, in my opinion, because they're meant to divide us by political lines. Seriously, they are. They're meant to divide us into two parties, and they're meant to separate us by two parties so that one side can win and we don't have to debate on our ideals. We can just kind of fit everyone into two separate boxes. I think parties are inherently bad, but I don't think people are. Despite our best efforts, I don't think people are. But they damn sure have tried to make it so. They really have. They've tried. But I have faith. You know, despite everything that I've said, I have faith. You know, I don't think everything is over. You know, I don't think this is where it ends and things are downhill from here. I think that one day things will be better. It might not happen right now. It might not even happen in my lifetime, but I know that one day it could be. And I think it's important to have that hope, you know, and that desire, because if you don't, then I feel like you don't have any more reason to care anymore about the country or the people in it. And if you let yourself become like that, you might be no better than them. You know? So, while I might say abstain from voting and everything if you don't believe in either of the candidates, that's true. But that doesn't mean stop caring. That doesn't mean stop caring. That doesn't mean stop talking about your opinions. It doesn't mean stop wanting what's best. But that's my perspective on things. You know? Despite everything I've learned and everything I've read and everything, while my faith in myself has declined over the years, my faith in my country has not. Despite how many times that we have been let down by the people in charge consistently over and over again, I still believe in the greatness of our people. You know? And I hope our next president or any subsequent presidents in the future, I hope at least one of them will share the same belief. No matter how unlikely it is, I hope that one of them will say to hell with party politics, and they'll actually want to get something done, and they'll actually want what's best. I'm hoping that day comes. Has there ever been a politician in the modern time that any of you guys believe was similar? I think it's incredibly rare to find someone like that. I honestly can't think of someone on the top of my head that is alive right now. I think many of the good people that could be like that are not politicians, because they know what type of corrupt, dirty game it is. You know? Like, they choose not to be politicians because they know how bad that system is. Like, they know how bad it can be, and they don't want it to... They don't want it to control them. You know? They don't want it to change their outlook on life, you know? They know what kind of world the world of politics is, and most of the good people that could be politicians don't want to be, because they just know how vicious it is. They know that it's very unlikely they'll win, and even if they do, that all the terrible people that will be around them when they do win, the politicians around them, will actively impede any efforts they make to help people. They know it. So instead, they get other jobs. You know, they focus on taking care of people around them, and doing what they can for their friends and family, rather than helping their community as a politician. Because the current system is rigged against them. So they figure you might as well not try. But if anyone like that were watching and listening to what I was saying right now, I would tell them that they should fight, and they should become a politician, and they should fight for the change that they believe in, and they shouldn't kowtow to the rest of the corrupt system, and they shouldn't let it discourage them. Because if we want change, it'll start with someone like that. It'll start with someone who knows that it's going to be a pretty hard-fought battle. That they're going to have to fight these people every step of the way. But they do it anyways. And if someone was listening to this right now, I would say you are the hope that the country needs. And I really hope you go through with it. And do not let these people, you know, like your Nancy Pelosi's or your, you know, Chuck Schumer's, and, you know, there's these politician establishment people on the left and the right, you know, your Ted Cruz's and stuff, to not let them push you off your path and to keep going. Because what your mission is far more important to the health of this country and to its people than anything that they will ever do in their entire life. Your goal is inherently more important than anything that they'll ever do. And you should not give up. We need people like that. If I didn't have health problems and my disability, I honestly, I think I would. I think I would fight. I think I would fight. I wouldn't be like all the other politicians. And I might not ever even win a seat in office anywhere. You know, I probably wouldn't win the election for mayor. I probably wouldn't win the seat for Congress. I probably wouldn't win any of that, but I would sure as shit try. And I wouldn't jeopardize my morals because a foreign country lined my pockets, or because a military company, part of the military-industrial complex, lined my pockets, or because Hollywood lined my pockets, or because any number of corrupt companies, establishments, or people were offering me monetary gain. I wouldn't let it change who I am. And even people who claim to be exactly like that are full of shit. Like AOC, for instance. She was literally educated and funded by rich men. She is literally a corporate plant. I'm not joking. It's not a conspiracy. You can look into the backgrounds of these people. Look it up. AOC's past and how she came to be. She was literally... She basically... Like... What she underwent to become a politician was akin to going to acting school. Her background is theater. She doesn't know anything about American history. She doesn't know anything about economics or any of that stuff. Her greatest asset as a person is acting. And she was told what to say and what to do. She didn't even write her own speeches or her own policies. Her manager did. I'm not joking. You can look this stuff up. I'm serious. And that is ridiculous. Someone like her who claims to be for the people, and she's a total fraud. She's literally just like... She's just something that corporations basically invented. Like a corporation, like a billionaire invented for their own gain. She's literally just someone that they crafted. Yes, the person AOC is a real person. Yes, she has a life. Yes, she has a personal life. And yes, she does these things. But I'm saying her public personality, like her public identity, is what I'm talking about. And her public identity was largely fabricated. Yeah, control opposite. Exactly, yeah. But she was largely fabricated. And you can track this back. It is not a conspiracy. That's what I'm trying to get across. It's not. We have found this out by tracking, you know, records of dealings and history of education and things like that. We know for a fact that AOC's identity, for instance, it's not just her. I'm just using her as an example. But she, as a political figure, is largely fabricated. She isn't who she claims she is. She doesn't speak like how she speaks normally. She is largely fabricated. She doesn't know history. She doesn't know economics. She doesn't know how to govern. And yet she was voted into Congress with the lie that she could make things better. It's not true. And it'll never be true. The likelihood that the people we need for this country, in order to change all our lives for the better, the likelihood that those people are not politicians are incredibly high. And All it would take is someone who cares. All it would take is someone who genuinely cares and is willing to give their life to serve the country genuinely. And we really need someone like that. We need people like that. Not even just one person. We need everyone who is thinking about doing that to do it. Seriously, if you want to become a politician and become what this country needs, I'm telling you, please do it. Politicians get demonized, and rightfully so, but I'm telling you, if you want to be the change, you want to be different, please do it. Please. You are seriously what we need. Because I think America is deeply sick. I think there's something about how we have things set up now that could lead to the worst outcome. But it doesn't have to. And I think many people, again, that could become politicians, they give up before they ever even got to try. And we seriously need someone like that, who this time will not give up, who will put their foot forward and go, this is gonna be hard, but I'm gonna do it. And many of these career politicians, what they'll do immediately to you is they'll tell you you can't do it. They'll tell you that you don't have enough experience. They'll say that you have no idea what the job is like. You have no idea what to do. Well, I'm telling you right now, those career politicians didn't know what to do either. What they know how to do is to play the game of being a public figure. They don't know how to run a country because they've been running it like shit for decades. They don't know how to run the country. And even if they did, they're certainly not running it for you. And it's because it's about their intention. They don't want to run this country well, because running it badly helps them. We need someone who... We need people who do what our politicians right now are unwilling to do, which is actually change the country and actually help people. I'm so tired of like every day reading the news and just seeing something that a politician did or said that like truly showed who they were. These people will send billions of dollars outside of the country to foreign countries while sticking you with the bill and cutting every possible program, benefit, or any sort of thing that could help you as a person. And they'll do both at the same time, and they'll tell you it's for the betterment of this country. It's not. It's not. I feel like we can start small though. We don't have to try and immediately jump to president, although that doesn't mean we certainly shouldn't try. But I do believe we should on all levels. I think if you again are thinking like me and you want change and you don't want to be you don't want to see these corrupt politicians anymore, and you want to be the difference that these politicians won't be. I think we need to see it across the country. We need to see people like you become politicians across the country, and to replace the people that we have right now. And we can start off with mayors, congressmen, with governors, and, you know, eventually president. What it starts with is running and joining your local offices. Yep, that's sure, yep. Most people think it's boring and not effective. But to start at your own community and making it better is the most effective change. Exactly, yep. Yeah. Yep, you're exactly right, yep. So, seriously, anyone listening, if you were ever going to think about being that change and, like, actually becoming, like, a good politician because you are a good person first and foremost, start with your local offices. Start with the city council, start with then the mayorship, and work yourself up. Don't sit in one place. Gotta work yourself up. You start with the council, and then you become mayor, and you don't give up. And then you'll become a congressman, and make your little communities and groups too. Like, connect with others and be like, you know, like, create a group of people who are like-minded, who want that same change, and work together. And you'll see people like you who want to do the exact same thing, and they'll help you. And then when we get people like that working together, we'll have those people become mayors and congressmen, all working together, all being friends, all being associates, and then they'll become governor, and then eventually president. And we'll have a massive group of people that think exactly like I just described, and they'll be able to do the change that we need. And it can happen. And all it takes is you starting. You just need to find other people who think like you, and you can make that massive change. But it starts with you running for your local office. If you've got to do grassroots campaigning and funding, you know, if you've got to do grassroots funding for your campaign, do it. You know, if you've got to start a fund to do what you need to do, then do it. You know? If you've got to make a YouTube video, even, like, saying, hey, I'm going to start running for my local office, and start from there. Seriously, start from there. Like, start being not just your own advocate, but your community's advocate. You don't have to keep relying on these Harvard-educated, rich, elite assholes who couldn't care less about not only you, but any of us. And we need some people who care, dude. It's been far too long. You know, America has seriously rotted. We have. But it doesn't mean that it has to stay like that. And I know that there are a lot of good Americans out there. There are. I've met a lot of good Americans. Incredible people who are really, really kind. And I know you exist out there. And what I'm asking is, if you have that idea, seriously, do it. Like, I believe you. You've got my vote. You've got my vote. If the average person does the most they can as an individual, people will follow suit and join you. Exactly, I agree. Yep. You know, and even just being the person that to spark that hope and spark that change, and then inspire other people to be that change through your efforts, even that is incredible. Like, you know, I personally might not be accepted because of my health and my disabilities, but that doesn't mean I can't speak my mind and that I can't help platform people who would be that change. And that's what I want to do. I hope that, you know, come in the next couple of years, that maybe I'll be able to do something like that. Maybe I will be able to genuinely, like, help platform people that need their voices heard, because they're running. Like, I want to be able to, like, put out a video and be like, you know, hey, I've got a viewer of mine that is running for this office, and if you are currently listening, you know, I would seriously, deeply appreciate you supporting and voting for this person. And, you know, I would love to be able to do that. I want to be able to affect the change in this country, you know, and maybe I should start doing that. You know, maybe I should start putting out maybe like a video or two, you know, and highlighting some people that, you know, I think, you know, could be that change. I want to do that. If given the opportunity, I want to be able to highlight people that the mainstream media would normally just write off and act like, oh no, you know, they're awful, they won't win, yada yada. Like, I want to be able to use my influence, you know, if I gain it in the future, I want to be able to be like, hey, that person is actually who we need, and we should all elect them. That's what I want to be able to do. I'd love to be able to do that. You know, I feel like that some of the political commentators we have, some of the people we have act like they care, and they talk all this, you know, they talk all this BS, and then they don't actually know anything about what they're talking about, and they don't actually want change. They don't care, like, at all. They don't care at all. And, like, you guys know who I'm talking about. You guys know. Literally, come on, just name anyone. Any political commentator you're thinking in your head, they're probably exactly like I just described. And they don't actually want change. They'll scream at the top of the hill about this and that, and, you know, some sort of slight that they believe happened to them in the country, but they won't actually want to do anything. And most of those guys are grifters. I know grifter is something that's seriously been politicized, and used by both sides to demonize people who speak out. But grifters do exist. Not to be used as a label to demonize people, but there are some grifters out there that use politics for their financial gain, and they don't care even a little bit. They don't know anything about politics. They don't know anything about the history of the country or, you know, the economy or anything like it. And they're using it to become successful, to make money off of it. And it's like, I don't want to be like that. You know, I want to be what a political grifter wishes they actually were, which is someone who genuinely cares, who knows the problems of the country, and doesn't say that they're the one to fix it, but does say that they're going to do whatever they can to put people in power who could fix it. You know? It's like, I don't need to be in the spotlight. I don't want to be the person in the spotlight. I don't have to be. You know? Would I do it if I had to? Sure. But that's the whole idea that the founding fathers had in the beginning, was that many of these guys were not people that would normally be politicians, but found themselves as politicians because there was no other alternative. It was a service they were doing for the country. They were politicians because the country needed them to be. Their people needed them to be. Not because they wanted to. And that would be the only type of situation that I would run, you know, despite my health and everything. If I felt like I could win and I have a real shot at it, I think I would probably push past my health problems and see if I could do something like that. But I don't have to be the one to be it. No, I don't. No, not even a little bit. No, I don't have to be. Because to me, what matters most is that someone gets into power that does care. That's all that matters to me. It doesn't have to be me. It could be anyone. It could be anyone listening right now. It could be you listening right now. You could be the person I'm talking about. And all you have to know whether or not that's the truth is whether you believe that you could do something to help people and help this country. That's all you need to know. And have faith in yourself. Educate yourself. Become well-read. You know, find out about these topics. You know, perhaps even debate on it. You know, learn some history about American history and American politics. And run. Run. For your local offices. Learn about the history of your local community. Learn about the politics of your local community. Learn about, you know, all the people that you have there. Learn about your neighbors. Learn about what they need and how you can improve your community. And do it. Run on that and you'll win. You'll win. And you start with that, and then you go up. You move up. And you don't always have to move up. But for the sake of this country, if you're successful at it, then you should consider that maybe being something you can do. Funny you mentioned this, Red. I have jokingly run for a small position this election cycle, and I will find out this coming Wednesday if I won. I know for sure I have at least 11% of the vote. Not doing shtick. I was a write-in. What small position, if I might ask? If you can't say it, you can like message me if you'd like. But yeah, I mean, yeah, seriously, like, I think it's time that like Americans seriously like start. We start showing up for ourselves. You know, we've been so discontent and like so like upset, and rightfully so, with how things are. I think it's time we start doing it ourselves. It's time we stand up and we say, we've given you guys enough chances. You've never done it. You've never done what was best. And now we're here to make the change. We've had enough, you know? Now it's time for us to run. It was a position in my local community no one was on the ballot for, and I had a few dozen actual votes. It was the lowest rung on the ladder, but it was the ballot. It was on the ballot as a position. You know, even that's good. Starting somewhere is good. You know. I hope you do win. Even if you think it's unlikely, I hope you do win. You know, and everyone should seriously start with your local community and just start somewhere. Just start somewhere. Because you starting could be the difference to healing the country or the end of it. Like, because we need change. The country will end if we don't have people who care. That's what I mean. You running, anyone listening right now, if you are thinking of running for any sort of office, or were ever thinking of, you know, doing that in the future, you could mean the difference between saving the country and it ending. And you got my vote. We seriously, we need change. The establishment that has represented us hasn't done a single thing for Americans in years. All they've done is hit us with more taxes, more BS, and cutting all of our programs at every step of the way, while giving away billions to other countries and prioritizing not only lining their own pockets, but covering from their own family and friends. It's corruption at its finest, and it's happened across the entire political spectrum and the entire political system. At almost every position. Because somewhere along the lines, greed took over. And I just want people to know that you could be that change. We don't have to keep waiting for the people in charge to grow a heart, because they never will. They never will. If you're waiting on the people in charge of this country to one day decide that they were going to be good people and that they were going to do what was right, It's not gonna happen. Ever. And I want you to know I believe in you. I'm serious. Things don't have to stay the way they've been for as long as they have. Things don't have to be like this anymore. And, you know, this recent government shutdown is just really just hammered the nail in. It really has gone to show these politicians' priorities. Seriously, on both sides is the Democrats saying, "Oh, every day the government isn't funded, it gets better for us." Republicans saying, "Oh, it's all their fault." Republicans refusing to make a deal. Democrats being completely, really apathetic to what was going on. And it's like, seriously, both sides, they didn't give a shit. They were playing roulette with American lives. And it didn't matter to them. Which is why I believe that politicians should not get paid when the government shuts down. I think, instead, politicians should get a week's worth of pay after the government shuts down, and that's it. You get 1 week. If you cannot fund the government within 1 week, you will not get paid ever again. It's done. You have 1 week to do your job. If you do not get the job done and you do not fund the country, you will not be getting paid again. And that's how it should be. And not just that, stocks. Politicians should not be owning stocks. None of them. If you own stocks, you need to sell them first to become a politician. That's what I would like to happen. Or, alternatively, if you want to invest in things like that, you need to invest in one of those, you know, those, they have like stock portfolios that are more so for like general investing, that are managed by another company or individual, and it's literally like not controlled by you at all. So you don't make the stock investment, you don't buy the certain stock or the certain company, you don't invest into anything. It's handled by someone completely different. Something like that, I think, is fine, because it's not something that they control. It's not something that they can have a direct impact on, where they'd be like, Apple is going to rise in stock price. Let me buy all this Apple stock now so my stock goes up. No. Nope. Instead, we should only allow them to invest in portfolios they're not allowed to touch. Which, by the way, is basically like a 401k, basically. But like, any sort of investments or portfolios or anything like that, they shouldn't be able to touch. They shouldn't be able to decide what that gets invested into. If they want to make investments for their future, it can't be impacted by their knowledge of the going-ons with legislation. So no trading on stocks. None. Absolutely none. And we need to remove a lot of this conflict of interest. You know? And we need to make it a priority that politicians get the job done. That politicians do what they're supposed to do, or they face the consequences. And I also think that people as old as Nancy Pelosi should have never been given the opportunity to run again. Old people like her exist on both sides of the parties, you know, on the Democrats and the Republicans. Politicians that are as old and decrepit as her exist, and they shouldn't. If you are becoming senile, you can't take care of yourself, and you are incredibly physically unwell because of your age, you shouldn't be allowed to ever run again. In fact, not just never run again, you should not be, like, you should not even be allowed to continue your term. If you are currently in office right now, and you are basically permanently out of commission, you shouldn't be a politician. You need to go into retirement. You need to be barred from running. You need to be barred from continuing your term if you can't even walk a few steps without falling. You have these ancient fossils, these career politicians who have spent their last 50 years being politicians. And it's like, dude, you shouldn't even be allowed to be a politician. You need to retire. There's no way that any of our founding fathers would have said, until the day you die. No. Heck no. Even our founding fathers understood that there would come a time that they needed to retire. Because for them, it was about doing a job for the country, a service for the country. It wasn't about holding on to power for absolutely as long as possible so that I can keep making that money. And seriously, like, this legislation needs to be passed. No stock trading as a congressman. None. You're not allowed to be over the age of, let's say, for instance, instead of setting a marked age, let's say if you are declared permanently unwell, meaning your health has hit a point that you won't recover from, then you need to be not allowed to run. Like, you can't run if you are declared unwell. If you are declared unfit, you need to be stripped of your position. So no more of the career politicians doing that. No more of the stock trading. And no more of the government shutting down and them getting paid for 2 months while Americans suffer because they can't put food on the table because all the welfare systems were suddenly cut off, and now the single mother with 2 kids will no longer be able to feed her children because the politicians decided not to talk to each other for 2 months. It's ridiculous. like, come on, man. And these people are always so quick to, like, to blame the American people. They're always so quick to blame you and say, oh, well, it's not our fault, it's your fault. If you rely on these benefits, that's not our fault. And it's like, many people rely on them because they're elderly, or they're disabled, or they're a single mother who can't afford either going and paying for childcare while working a job, you know, doing the same thing, or staying at home and holding down a job. They can't do both. It's incredibly hard, and even if they do both, which sometimes they do, it's only part-time, which isn't enough to provide for their family. So that's why they're on benefits, is they can't make enough even with a part-time job while also still taking care of their children. So that's how it is. And not even just that, there are people in America right now who literally don't make enough to live. There are Americans right now that literally, they work their jobs full time and they don't make enough money to survive. And this has happened ever since inflation has gotten real bad recently. Ever since COVID. COVID made inflation so bad that people really don't make enough money to live anymore. And so people rely on these welfare systems to even live. And what this is designed to do is kick people off of it. It's to kick these people that are reliant on it to literally survive. Not because they're lazy, but because of how the system has failed them since COVID. But they're being demonized for it. It's just, it's ridiculous. And then they want to make you believe that this is about party politics. This is about Democrats and Republicans. And, you know, if you want something like that, if you want benefits to continue and such, then you're some progressive Democrat. Or if you don't want millions of undocumented people to just swarm into the country all at once, then you must be some, hardcore MAGA. It's like that. It makes no sense. That makes zero sense. You can have problems with anything that's going on right now and not subscribe to either political party. I'm an American first and foremost, not a Democrat and not a Republican. And that's how many Americans should and do believe themselves to be. That doesn't mean I can't vote for one of those people. But I don't subscribe to them. Like, I can never change my opinion, or that I can never criticize anyone from a specific party. Like, no. Like, there's this weird idea that, like, you must have, like loyalty to a party, and it's like, what? Since when? Like, since when do I have to subscribe to everything anyone says? That I have to just, like, shut up and just have blind belief in anything anyone ever does? Like, no. It's just... it's ridiculous. These are problems everyone faces. Everyone's facing them right now. The government shutdown really did hurt us. And you being upset with it does not make you one thing or the other. You criticizing it is a good thing. And don't let them make you think that that's true. That if you're upset with how things are going, that you must be, you know, this or that. It's not true. It's not true. You're upset because it fucked with your life and they didn't care. And they all got paid. They all got their paychecks while you and your family had to suffer. Don't let them manipulate you. Don't let them trick you into believing that you should feel ashamed because you're upset with their performance, because their performance was dog shit. None of them talked. None of them were talking. None of them came to the table to have a solution to the problem. Because none of them cared. They were all getting paid. To them, it doesn't matter. I guarantee that if they weren't getting paid, they would have almost immediately approved government funding. Almost immediately. They would have had the government being funded. If it meant that every day that the government wasn't funded, they didn't get paid as well, it would have been funded real quick. It's crazy how the system is just set up for these guys to thrive while the country burns down around them. The parties change their values every election cycle. The vast majority on all sides aren't worth voting for. Exactly, yep. Yeah. Yep, I agree. Yep. Yep, 100%. Yeah. That's just how things are now. They don't actually believe in really most things they believe. They'll all change everything that they believe in a decade. All of it. It's not because of the new times. We changed our mind. Nope. It's just to get your vote. They don't have ideals. Ideals? Morals? No. Nope. To them, what happened was the public shifted their opinion, and now it's not popular to have a certain opinion anymore, and they need to change it. So they do. These are blank canvases to change their opinions every time. Every election, these people change their minds conveniently and change everything about themselves and what they put forward to get your vote. And don't let them trick you. No. You always have to vote. Vote for what is in your own best interest, or abstain from voting. Either one. In your own best interest, or abstain from voting. We don't have to put up with their stuff anymore. Oh. We're going to vote in people that care. We're going to vote in people that don't subscribe to the way things are done now. And we will get change. And, you know, it might not happen right now, but you don't have to participate in their political theater. You don't have to buy into it. None of it. Don't buy into their political theater. They don't care about you, and they don't care about your family. They don't care about your friends. They don't care about any of your well-being. So don't buy into it. Don't. Support people. You know, no matter how unpopular, you should support people who are genuine, like who are real, that you could tell aren't paid off and bought by companies and billionaires, and you know, support people like you. You lay the groundwork for the future. I think we all do. You know, and we don't have to put up with it anymore. And they'll know that soon enough. When people who think like us start getting voted in, and their candidates in both parties start to lose, they'll find out. System where stock trading is illegal, where you can't hold a position you are unwell and unfit to hold, where you're not allowed to get lobbied and bought out by another company who tells you everything that you need to vote for and everything that you need to say, where you can't be funded and bought out by a foreign country. Those are the things that I want, and we can make it happen. Like, them getting paid during government shutdowns is one of the, like, it's one of the worst, or I guess you could say best, depending on how you look at it, examples of their corruption. How does the government, how does the Congress approve pay for themselves while you and your family starve? They can't agree to feed you, but they can agree to feed themselves. No, it's not right. Dual citizenship? Yeah. Yep. Need to get rid of it. In terms of, you could be a dual citizen, but like, if you're a dual citizen, you can't run. At least, you certainly shouldn't at least be able to run in federal government, but I would probably say local too. Dual citizenship for politicians should be illegal. Americans in office need to have interests of Americans alone, not a foreign country who can influence our policy. I agree. Isn't it confusing they can't agree on such small policies, yet are unanimous that normal people can't run their jobs? Yeah, to them, it's always about their bottom line and whether they get paid, how much money they're making, and if things are going right for them. They don't care. And they've proven it time and time again. Time and time again. But you know, despite the BS and everything that's going on, you know, I do hope that everything works out for everyone. You know, things are hard for me right now, and you know, even financially, it's always tough. But like, I hope y'all, you know, get through it. You know? I hope you all have good holidays. And to enjoy the time you guys have. And not to not let their attempts to ruin your life and put their own lives in priority over your own, to not let that ruin you, you know? I guess Pelosi, finally retiring, but her daughter is running, so it's like a family business. Profiting off the name. American dynasties. American political dynasties. Where the content of your character, the quality of your knowledge, and wisdom means nothing. It's all about a name. That's their family business. Lying to people that they care about you and taking advantage of you. It's called being a modern politician. And they've got most of us hook, line, and sinker. Ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous. But I'm still rooting for all you guys out there. Shit. Sold. But, yeah. It's tough right now, but yeah. I'm wishing you guys all the best. Like, when the government got shut down, that affects us too. And, yeah, I mean, I'm glad that it's coming back. They actually decided to fund it, finally. To finally fund the government again. But the fact that it had to happen in the first place is ridiculous. Around the holidays too is even worse. And none of them were jumping to fix it. None of them cared, because it wasn't hurting them. Okay, I'm gonna go pee real quick, but everyone, I haven't said it yet this stream, but please like and subscribe and turn on all notifications. I've been streaming a lot recently, yeah, I appreciate you all watching. I'll be back in just a second, but yeah, I seriously appreciate you all here watching. I'm not a super popular streamer or nothing. I'm a small creator. I make videos too, but I value each and every one of you, and I genuinely thank you guys for being here. I'll be back. But yeah, I know shit has been really like awful recently, but um you know, we'll get through it, you know. I think they want us to be discouraged, and they want us to largely just give up and accept things for the way they are. But we don't have to. You know, we don't have to just accept things for how they are and just be like, oh yeah, that's fine. Seen a lot of streamers recently like get into talking about like politics and stuff, and it's crazy because I know that not only do they know nothing about it, they know nothing about politics or anything about history or anything about that, but like they act like they do, and they get like so much like views and like donations and things, and it's like they're like profiting off of people believing that that they care, like that they're like there for you, and it's like, dude, like I was saying at the beginning, they don't know hardship, they don't know it like you, and they're literally like LARPing. They're trying to make you believe that they do. That they know what it's like when they don't. You know, all these people have lived incredibly privileged lives, like, and you know, that's okay, but not when you're marketing yourself as someone who has gone through the same struggles as everyday people, when it's just blatantly not true. It's just not true. Not at all. Oh, not true. But to them, it's just it's a paycheck. You know? Like, they genuinely don't care what they're talking about. That's unfortunate, because I know there's plenty of people that do. But, they're not given the same opportunity. If I'm ever given that same opportunity to succeed, I will share it. I will share it with others, and I will be very appreciative of what I have. And I won't take it for granted. You know? And I won't think that people have to listen to me. That I'm owed anything. I'm not. But many of those streamers are incredibly entitled. They believe that they are not only owed success and owed attention and owed these things, but that they could just treat people however they like. It's like, seriously, it's like textbook narcissism. Except for some of these guys, it's way worse, because they just think they could just treat people however. super hard to have like any actual like role models in this space, you know, people to look up to, because people, so many people kind of suck, honestly, nowadays online. Not people in general, but like people online, these streamers, you know, so many of them are just kind of objectively like just awful, you know. And they dehumanize people and they treat people like trash. They treat their viewers like trash. These people, like, seriously will treat their viewers like piggy banks. And I'm just tired of it as a viewer, you know. I think a lot of them farm off parasocial relationships that they get with their fans, and they use it for money. And then those same people will complain about the parasocial relationships when they're benefiting off of it. And I mean people who are blatantly, purposely benefiting off of it. It's like they want all the benefits and money of it, but they want to complain when the consequences of their actions face them. It's like, I don't know, it's just obvious to me that the way things play out, but they just assume that they can get away with it and play victim, and they do that just for more attention, you know? It's like, I don't know, if you valued the money and the farming, then probably shouldn't complain about the negative aspects of it. It's like, I make virtually nothing, and I'm okay with that. Because it's not about the money. You know? I just want a community of my own that you know, that I can engage with and talk to and hang out with and be part of, and that's it, you know. But I feel like so many people treat this strictly as a job and they have no passion, and it's just kind of sad because I feel like a lot of those people don't deserve, they don't really deserve what they have, and they take it for granted. So if anyone has seen any of the recent things coming out about, you know, Hassan. Although it seems like every single week there's something coming out. But I'm more so referring to the new controversy or whatever about you know, him going to some sort of you know, brothel or whatever, right? Many people don't know that that actually happened a long time ago, and it's been exposed for a long time. And he admitted to it a long time ago, but nothing ever happened. No consequences were ever faced. And that kind of goes to show it too, in my opinion. I feel like many creators will kind of do some crazy stuff, like seriously some objectively just awful stuff, and they'll completely just like get away with it. Like they won't lose any subscribers or anything. They'll just do and say some pretty just morally awful stuff like that, and but they'll get away with it. Like, he did that all the way back in 2010, and it was exposed almost like a decade ago. And he never got held responsible for it. And I just wonder if any of his viewers knew about it, or if the ones that didn't know about it chose to watch and why they did. But that's just part of what I was saying about how, you know, these people don't really care when it comes to political commentators, or influencers, or politicians. They don't care, and that's another layer of it. You know, he's like, Hassan is like the most popular socialist, you know, this most popular like socialist political like streamer, like Marxist, really, in the world. And the way he treats women, and more recently, allegedly animals, and his fans, the things he said about his fans live, and the things he said about America. And I see all those things and I'm like, dude, how does this guy have fans? Like, this dude is contradicting everything he has ever declared about himself. He is a walking contradiction. Son of a billionaire, lives like a millionaire, lives in a mansion, treats women awfully, animals awfully, lives the complete different lifestyle than the one he claims to criticize, and yet he's one of the biggest streamers in the world. I hope people start seeing stuff like that. They start supporting people who objectively just like aren't total shitbags. Like, I don't claim to be a saint, but I am certainly not Hassan. Like, seriously, it's terrible. It's awful. It feels like every month there's something that's coming out about the guy. It's like, how does this guy have a following? And it's not just him. Feels like it's like a lot of people. You know, but like they don't really lose followers. Their followers just kind of continue to watch. I think we should, when it comes to creators, we should vote with our attention. You know? I think, if like someone is being like an actual awful person like that, like we should all just like come together and be like, yeah, you know what, we're not supporting that guy. Like we're done, actually. Would love actually for that to start happening. Would love for that to start happening. So that, like, it's not about canceling anyone or nothing. It's just about, I don't know, holding people to basic moral standards and consistency. It's like, we don't have to make people think that, like, anyone's perfect. It's not about perfect, but it's just about, like, just basic decency. Like, you know. If someone's exposed for like being like a straight up like criminal, like maybe we should just be like, nah, you know what, I'm not gonna support that guy. And I view the same way with politicians. I think people blindly support politicians because they think that you know, they should stick with their party ideology and that's all that matters. And it's like, no. Nope. Not to me. You will never find me supporting someone who like is objectively like an awful human being. Just because we agree on some things. Hell no. Nope. See. Oh, someone joined, hold on. But yeah, I hope you're all doing good though. I want to start one day if I ever get successful, I want to do some charity for kidney disease. I have a kidney disease, for those of you who don't know, and I would like to do some charity for kidney disease. I was born with it. It's genetic. But I would love to do some charity for it. If ever given the opportunity. Be super grateful if I got that opportunity. I know, like, some celebrities that do some kidney disease charity, like, Jack Black does some charity for renal diseases. I was invited like once or twice as a kid to this event that Jack Black attends. I don't think they run it anymore, like ever since COVID, but I never got to go to the event. But a lot of celebrities would go to this event that was meant for kids like that had been like me who had a kidney disease to fundraise, and I never got to go, but I was invited. Would have been nice meeting Jack Black, but I'd love to fundraise for something like that, you know? To help kids that have to go through something similar. Instead of, like, you know, being Hassan and buying my 3-4 mansion while complaining that rich people aren't paying enough. You guys don't know what I'm doing in the game right now. Trying to hunt for the 3 legendaries, but what I have to do is complete the infinite Royale. Once I do that, I'll unlock the ability to get Zygarde, the main legendary, and then I'll be able to do the other ones as well. There's 3 legendaries. I need to finish the Royale in order to be able to get the legendary. I'm hoping we'll be able to do it within the next 2 hours, I'm hoping. My whole Pokemon team are all alphas. It took a while to find them all, especially the giant Greninja. Alright. I think after this one I'll be on my 6th battle. And I need to do 20 total. I need to beat 20 of the Royale matches. So these are like essentially like a preliminary. You're basically getting a challenger's ticket. Once you get it, you can face like the final trainer each time. And I need 20 of those final trainers in total. Moon, so the last streaming mail bro finale is doing another one. Well, actually, I did beat the game already. I'm just legendary hunting. You have to beat the game to do the legendaries. But yeah. You got the ticket. That doesn't make a point, you putting finale in the thumbnail. You should have put No, I just told you. Yes, it does. I beat the game. Game. I'm doing post-game content. The game's already beaten. If you look at YouTube series for certain games, most videos that show the finale of the game are still called the finale, even if after another video or stream is done for post-game content. This is post-game content. The game's already done. And it's not a bunch more streams. It's like one more stream. This is just post-game stuff. Most people don't even get to it. In fact, a lot of people skip this part because they already beat the game. It's pretty much completely optional at this point. You already found the final cutscene and like everything already basically concluded. But yeah, I have to beat like 20 of these guys. I mean, that was my point. The thumbnails and the images and the titles and everything, they perfectly demonstrate what it's about. This is legendary hunting. Legendary hunting always happens after the game is over. Most people do not play the legendary hunting. They don't care about it. But I do. Have you seen Hello Neighbor mod with Fredbear and Foxy? No, I have not. What's the mod called? $60 candies, wow. Oh crap. He almost got me. That guy almost got me. I dodged him. You guys seen Alpha Mega Evolved Starmie? Why the hell are there 3? I don't know. It's YouTube. The way it just moves, dude. You did it. Anyways, I don't actually know the name, I just saw it on YouTube. Yeah, I haven't seen it. If you see it again, let me know. He's running after me. Okay, let me look up the name of the mon. Alright. Oh crap. Alright. Uh-oh. How dare you kill my Pokemon? The name of the mod of Fredbear Runaway and Foxy Reignited. I see. I'll have to check it out. What was it like? I didn't get to okay. He was gonna give me something. Know what, I'm gonna try it out right now because of my past experience with them in the original game. Yeah, FNAF is goated. I'm gonna do it. That stream I was saying before with my friend on FNAF very soon. Alright, see ya. Bye-bye. Yeah, it should be like probably like I think I need to do like 14 more trainers. Need to find a bench. There it is. All right. Okay. It's probably another 11 Pokemon I have to beat. Well, Pokemon trainers. And then I get another challenger ticket. And I gotta repeat that like 14 times. Then I'll be able to do the legendaries. I'm not sure why they require you to basically beat the game twice to unlock the legendaries, but that's the barrier of that's the challenge barrier that they basically do. I just realized that I don't know how to apply a mod in any other game than Minecraft. Dang. Should be a guide. Should be able to find out. Yeah, they should be able to find out. Should look it up and see. Dang. I keep having to transfer to the next zone if I don't see anyone. Shooting webs at me. Isn't it kind of funny that so many of the NPCs look exactly the same? I know that's common for a lot of Pokemon games, but it just seems so much more prevalent. It's just kind of funny. They just copy paste the trainers and it really better to switch up 13 of it. Yeah. It's just kind of funny seeing the same guy like 200 times. Play the mod right away when I get to my apartment. I hope it's good. Salamence versus Salamence. It's really funny. Oh, another challenger's ticket. They're always talking about just Cynthia, man. their items disappear after they evolved. I guess that makes sense. Alright. The people who made the mod made Fredbear and Foxy even faster than they were in the original game. Oh gosh. I have 8 reward match wins. Okay. So this is my 9th one. It means I'm almost 50% done. What in the... Wait, what? Bro, what is your... problem? Man, are you a simper now? What are you talking about? Did you talk about the profile picture? It's a meme. I'm not a simp. It's a joke. I don't think you know what a simp is. It's not a simp. But yeah, it's a funny image. Yeah. Damn, almost all my Pokemon are 100. Well, also getting off the tour isn't exactly simping. Simping is like, you know, it's like when you bend backwards for someone, like you're like, you simp for them, you know? Like you literally like, you know, you're beholden to them. You hold them in such regard that, you know, you're like, you white knight them. That's what simping is. Being attracted to someone is not simping. Simping is like, literally like, you know, it's like, simping is almost obsessive usually, but it's like, I'm not simping, it's a fictional character, but yeah. Knock out opponents. Oh. Is she just all fairy? Need to knock out one more Pokemon with the dragon. One more with the dragon move, and then I'll get the top challenge thing. There we go. It's gonna be my 10th win. That image is so funny. Bro, you're not going to believe this. People are comparing Fredbear and Foxy with the Flash and Sonic. Why? Oh, like, it's because they're speed, huh? Are they really that fast? That fast. They're putting me against people who don't even have Mega Evolutions. Let me give you some of their states. Alright. Okay. We're at the 50% waypoint here. We beat 10 of their trainers. You're just running into it. Three balls of protein. Kind of looks a little bit like Arceus when he does that. Like, obviously not the color scheme, but like the spines and everything. Oh shit. Does anyone else believe he looks like a little bit like Arceus? With this like white thing around him? I think he does. No. That's nice. Both of them can dunk on the NBA. If a 7-foot person is dunking on a child, they can give Kid Flash a run for his money. What is bro talking about? Oh wait. I was trying to do a sneak attack for electric, but I guess he's immune. Not very lucky, but okay. Oh. Stunfisk versus Stunfisk. Except mine's better. Damn, I didn't get it in time. Guys, make sure to like and subscribe and turn on all notifications by hitting the bell if you enjoy. You know, we're streaming a lot more lately. I stream for free, and yeah, I very much appreciate if you guys would do that, because I'm having fun, and I hope you guys are too. Yeah. Gotta get these legendaries. Both of them can... Wait, did you say the same thing? You're spamming that, bruh? Yeah, you're spamming it. Wait, why? What are you doing, bro? Why is bro spamming? What is bro on about? What is bro on about? I'm trying to find a bench. There it is. Let's go to here. There you go. Alrighty. Go. Boom. Yeah. Ooh, he dodged it. Ooh. Has anyone watched the Chainsaw Man movie yet? It's still out in theaters. I kind of want to go watch it, but I don't know. I mean, I'm a huge Chainsaw fan, man. A big Chainsaw Man fan. Sorry, not fan, man. Fan, man. Buddy. I mixed it up. Where is it? Yeah. Let's go. Holy. Are all my Pokemon level 100 yet? Let's see. Almost. One more battle. There we go. Hopefully the legendaries we catch will have some pretty good stats. I think they randomize. I believe so. I mean, I assume so. And I have a Master Ball, but I only have one. I think, yeah. So I'm not really sure what I should, should I just... I'm assuming I should just use it. I guess I could use it on my Zygarde, but historically I don't know about anyone else, but I've always, since like Fire Red and stuff, always just kind of saved my Master Ball. Because it was always like, you know, like a one of a kind, and I never wanted to use it. So, like, other than the one time playing that I used it, Master Ball on like Mewtwo, every other time I got the Master Ball, I basically wouldn't use it. I would just use Ultra Balls and hope for the best, because I didn't want to waste the Master Ball. Because you only get one. But in this game, I don't think you just get one. I think it's unique in this game. I think in this game you get it as a reward. Which means you get more than one, but they're like really rare. Like you'll get them like once in a great while, you know? Which is at least better than one ever, you know? Oh, I probably should have just healed, but whatever. Okay, here. Yeah. He dodged that? He dodged the outrage. like them seeing the giant Pokemon in front of them doesn't matter. Like, where is he? Where could he possibly be? Oh, a gigantic Pokemon flying above us. That must be nothing. Alright, this is my 11th match. Oh no. It's Canary. It's Canary, guys. Oh man. It's Canary. She's stream crashing me, guys. He's crashing the stream, guys. Canary is raiding me right now. Her poor Pokemon. From Dynamo to Dynamo, me and Electros are charged a minute ago. I'm sorry, buddy, but you're cooked. Lost it? Dang. Yep, you lost. 'Cause you're trash. Let's see. There we go. I like Glaceon. I think Glaceon is underrated. Bonus card. Okie. What's the bonus card? Man, I'm rude. No. Damn. There we go. Hopefully we can get that before it ends. Oh, good. My sound mess is big, so much bigger. I'm finally back. Welcome back. Hello. Get him. Oh, my Pokemon are level 100 now. Yeah, you're the big A ball and I'll be A ball. Mega Evolution versus Mega Evolution. funny how that thing was levitating, but the earthquake still hit him. But if I do it against other things that levitate, it doesn't work. Kinda funny. I think it's not even just necessarily flying. It's also just like a levitating mechanic that isn't consistent. My manager, for no reason, visited me, didn't even tell me, and I almost got caught slacking on the job. Oh shoot. Bro almost got exposed. He would have had to do a ukulele apology video. Send it to his manager. That would have been bad. Almost. 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 Ooh. Alright, one more battle. Bro, how did he dodge that? Get him. Get him. Yes. We got the challenger ticket, we're doing the next one. This is my 12th one? Yeah. Oh no, it's Canary's simp. Now that is an actual simp. He's a tier 3. Manny of Dynamite. Get him. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Manny is defeated. Big Nugget. Is that it? Candy. she thought. Okay, so I finally decided to be a good order to focus on my job, so I'm gonna leave with your notes. The next day, man. Alright. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Alright. Get him. Oh. You offered to heal my Pokemon after I healed. Make sure to always use cards as barriers. Go. I dodged his attack and then hit him with the same attack. 29 wins. Holy crap. Times 3. Holy. That's a lot of money. What? How do you see me? What? How did you see him? I've hid behind a pole that was like super thin. But I hid behind a bench. This is on me. This is the 13th match. Bro. Oh, man. Detective Emma, protector of peace and justice of state reporting for battle. She's here to arrest me for using her in my profile picture. You'll never catch me alive. Never mind. I'll let you. Violate my rights. Come on, Emma. Keep up. Pokemon and I are one of my old mentors. Have our backs in spirit. You have my old mentors? You have multiple mentors? Bro, he's dodging all my attacks. Finally. He dodged all my attacks for a while. Bro. It's like a maze. What the f— It's funny how their Pokemon can like catch you, but if they don't, it's fine. dead. Go. Ooh. My 14th match. Or bow. Stupid poison. Ooh, someone's self-promoting on Kick. Alright, let me check real quick, guys. Okay, someone is self-promoting on Kick, so let me see what I can do. Alright, let me click the ban button. Alright, there you go. Okay. I banned the bot, guys. I did it. There you go. Don't worry, it wasn't a real person, it was just a bot. They do that all the time. I always have to ban people because they're not real people, they're just bots. Like I saw someone the other day was clipping my streams on Kick, and I thought, oh wow, maybe I have a fan on Kick that's clipping my things. And then I checked the titles, and they were promoting their YouTube, and it was bots. Because the titles didn't make any sense, and the titles were just like YouTube links. And it's like, wow, they were using my streams to promote their YouTube, and they were doing it on my front page. And stuff like that. Kick's got some work to do. Can you imagine if you were able to do that on Twitch or YouTube? It'd be awful. Someone was posting my clips and putting their YouTube channel in the title. And it was getting posted on my Kick channel. On the front page. So on my channel, all over it, was clips with titles of someone else's YouTube channel. And they were terrible clips too, by the way. They weren't good ones. They were just random bullshit clips. Nothing entertaining happening in them at all. They were just randomly bot-generated clips. I had to remove them all manually. Tawny. Oh shit. No, you will not win, but okay. Wait, that's Follett. That's not fair. That was AZ's Follett. Really glad we met, you know. Damn. I couldn't have taken on the whole ZA Royale or Protect Lumio, say, if you hadn't been there. Yeah, I'm pretty good. Not. 5 bottles of zinc. Wow. Connie, can I have a word? Yeah, sure. Must be pretty important if you came to see me. But you're sure? Alright. Yoki. Thanks for coming, both of you. Just triple checking. Tawny, your jacket was a keepsake from your mom, right? Yeah, it was. Well, I found the person who gave it to your mom in the first place. Barack Obama. The jacket was a gift from me. Okay. Bro. I'm sorry? Tawny, I'm quite sure that your mother was my daughter. What? That's her grandma? Why did they wait till the end of the game to tell us that? This isn't even the end of the game, this is the post-game. Your mother worked to develop hologram technology, did she not? That's right. Your mother and I, we disagreed over the direction in which this company was moving. She left, saying that she had her own research she wished to pursue. Yes, she worked hard at that research, all while caring for me when I was just a kid. It was a lot for her to handle on her own. I think she ended up doing work for Team Flare. Oh shit. She did work for Team Flare? Bro, that's not good. Or maybe getting support from Lysandre. Is it true that your mother's research contributed to the invention of Team Flare's hologram devices? Oof. The very same research enabled us to develop our own holotech here at Xerneas Inc. Even though she chose to walk a separate path, still we find these points of intersection. Life truly is curious at times. No. So Mom's hard work helped make the Wild Zones and everything possible. The Wild Zones aren't necessarily a good thing, but yeah, sure. But she burned herself out doing all that. In the end, she had to go to some faraway region to try and rest. I see. And I suppose that is where she died. Yeah. Damn. I knew my mom had ties to Umiose, so I figured I'd find you, or someone who knew her, here. But of course, our family was not originally from Umiose City. That's why it was a struggle to find any leads. Until I noticed that jacket. I couldn't be sure at first. It has certainly seen some hard days since I'd last seen it. And, of course, you've added some flair of your own. That's what prompted President Jet to enlist me to do some sleuthing for her too. At that moment, it struck me. What if President Jet and Tawny are related to and searching for one another? Bro, they were searching for each other and they knew each other the entire time. That's actually hilarious. My daughter, your mother, did she ever speak about me? She regretted never talking to you again after she left. And she said if I ever met you, I should tell you something. Even though you and she walked different paths, there was still so much you had in common. Noticing what you shared made her life feel fuller, even after she left. Maybe especially after. Damn. If only I'd been less stubborn. If only I'd tried to reach back across that divide sooner. I think it's alright. She'd be glad to know her message reached you at least. I must ask one thing of you, Tawny. I bear a responsibility for Xerneas Inc. choosing to conceal the truth about the tower's threat from the public for so long. And so I plan to step down as president. Oh no, is she gonna offer it to her? But the urban redevelopment plan must continue. You must make Lumiosa City into a place that truly belongs to both people and Pokemon. Having some continuity in the project's leadership could help the transition go a little smoother. Perhaps, if someone who had been helping already were to step into my shoes, someone who is already a leader in their own right. Wait, you're not saying what I think you're saying, are you? You want me to take over as CEO of Corzardico? Me leading the whole company? I mean, I guess it makes some sense to keep it in the family, but... Is she gonna say no? You know what? Alright. Oh, wow. Okay, wow. I thought she was gonna say no. Alright. I doubt my mom would have wanted me to refuse. You understand why I have to do this, right? But Team MZ! Which one should I do? I thank you. I'm happy to know you'll miss having me around. I hope you know I wouldn't leave unless it were really that important. So Team MZ is disbanded, bruh. It's disbanded. Unless I'm the new leader. I changed the name. Team MZ is so mid. You were listening, right? Oh, am I gonna get Follett now? I'm gonna be really busy for a while. I probably won't have time to be a good Pokemon trainer. Maybe you should give me all your Pokemon then. Not just Follett, just give me them all. So, you should do like AZ would have wanted. Help Red keep Lumiose safe. Thanks, Follett. Here. Use this well, Red. He's pulling his Xerneas! I love that meme so much. He's pulling it. Oh my god. Red. I'm so sorry to break up your team this way. You stole my girl. How could you? It's alright. Even if we're apart for a little while, we'll always be Team MZ. Man, you're cringe. I'll come give them the whole story later, but could you break the news to Lita and Naveen? I'm a coward who can't face her friends. Okay, I get it. I'll whip up an extra special croissant. Can you stop making that fucking curry already? To make it up to all of you, I promise. She's made it like 10 times already. Let's all keep doing what we can do. What we can make Lumiose the best place it could be. Okay. Okay. One last fist bump. Wow, I'm gonna cry now. That's so sad. She wasn't a good rival, but she was a good person. Although she got trapped by mobs into debt, and that wasn't great, but that's okay. Look guys, we got, Follett. Special Follett. Original trainer, AZ. though. White of Rain, of Ruin, fuck. Giga Drain, Energy Ball, and Synthesis. How much health does Synthesis provide versus Restore? Is it the same or more or less? And then, yeah. Alright. I think she has a Mega Stone too. Okay. Let's see here. Take a number 9, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda. Alright, upside down. I'll take that, and you can take you going with us, I Bro, can you not? I need you to do what I need you to do. Holy crap, bro. Trying to stay stealthy and they're like not letting me do it. Let's go. Bro, what? What is bro doing? There we go. Just like that. Another ticket. That was damn quick. Isn't there supposed to be more? I think I have to beat 20 rounds of it. I did 15. I believe it's 20 rounds. I thought it was 20 rounds. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 20 rounds. Oh, if I had nothing to say after I kicked his ass. Just like Corbeau. We're almost done, actually. Figure we'll probably be done within an hour and a half, probably. Unless for some reason the legendary catches take a long time. But otherwise, we should be Gucci's soon. Okay, down here and fight this thing, dude. Oh my god. What do you call a Pokemon that joins the police? They're magic cops. Magic cops. Bruh. Where's an anti-homeless bench when you need one? Traveler and his punny puns. Damn it. Damn water bottle. Stupid water bottle. Spilling. At least it's just water, but still. Bro. The targeting on the Pokemon was so bad. On the Pokemon. Hold on, I'll be back. I gotta go pee. Oh, it's a Hassan thing. Should be one more. trainer, and then we'll unlock it. We. Are you kidding me? Hmm. I know it. Hurry. You have my sincerest thanks for requesting the infinite ZA Royale to be held as your reward for reaching rank A. In fact, it delighted me so much that I have decided to hold a tournament of my own. It is called... Oh my god. This is basically like the same name but a 0. Correct. Yeah, that's what I was adding. That would be redundant. Oh my god. the fuck? Now let us begin. I am certain you will fully appreciate my brilliance once you experience it. We wrecked. Ninja kind of goes crazy. Fuck herself. She's fighting as her urge to battle more. And it looks like she won. Be quick before she throws it. That's a cool little detail. Her kissing the Pokeball right before she throws it, like, in like a blink of an eye. It's just really, really cool small detail. I'm not sure most people really pay attention to it. We did it. I knew that was gonna be the prize. I knew it. I literally knew it. This is fucking stupid. Bonnie started clapping after the silence. That's hilarious. Holy crap. 300,000. I mean, that's nothing now, but it's still a lot. For 2 million, holy. evil bull would be like. Not a Pokeball. Fuck. Damn it. Why did I have Pokeballs equipped? I don't even know why. I should have Ultra Balls. E when I catch a god. Let me remember my order again. Salamence is so cool, dude. He's so good. Get his ass. Let's do this. Fuck him up. Fuck him up. Fuck him up, Chibi. Fuck him up. Damn. Knock the confusion in his ass. Get him, Chibi. Damn. Chibi is super powerful. Holy. WGB reviews, bro. WGB reviews. Grisham saying he cared too much. That's why he couldn't do it. Ooh, Miyoshi's mightiest? Really? There's 2 other legendaries. It's the mightiest? They look like twins. You almost look good. Wow. I'll take a flamethrower roast. Thank you. So I got a great stats Xerneas, which isn't the greatest, but it's whatever. But I got amazing stats, Yveltal, which is pretty cool. We would like to get them to 100 whenever I get the opportunity. So we're about to end the game. This is real sad. became Zygarde, a being that seeks to correct excess, to find moderation, to restore balance. I can only imagine that is why it would save me. The one who fired the ultimate weapon. Battle me so that I may see who you truly are as a trainer. The two legendaries here get a mega evolution. I think Zygarde technically has one. Technically. Oh, I'm not sure players can access it. It would be nice if the two legendaries get, you know, mega evolutions in the DLC maybe. The victory was the only thing that mattered to me. But I am certain that I will enjoy battling you. Xerneas already dominate competitive. Please no mega for it. You can just ban the megas for the legendaries in ranked. You don't have to do that. Like, they can just be in the story. Just ban megas for legendaries. Simple as. You know? Because even Palkia and Dialga got further evolution changes in their games, in the new ones. So it would fit. It would make sense. But just ban it from ranked. That's all you gotta do. Like, seriously, I get what you mean, but I'm just saying. I think it would be cool, and it would make sense. shit. Conviction. Feel the fire of your convictions burning deep within your heart. "5 years ago, a group of children stood against me in defiance. If I tried to understand them, perhaps I would never have fired the ultimate weapon. How curious, I believe it meant to beckon you to the tower, much as liken it into it from my experience working with Zygarde. What it wants with you at that fateful place, I cannot say. He's aura farming. He's walking slowly to me. Fucking aura farming. Why is he aura farming? Oh, fuck you, dude. Train up my Pokemon. They're all level 100. What are you talking about? Could have this allows Zygarde to change. Zygarde cube. Think of it. The moves that Zygarde used when it Mega Evolved, they remind me of Z moves, like those used now. Oh, whoa. Alola region. But perhaps I'm reading too much into it. No, you're not. You're being meta as well. Now it falls to me to ponder. What should I do with 3,000 years I must live? Why must he live 3,000 years too? Is it because of the weapon? It's like the mark of Cain. So I guess he's going to 3,000 years because of the weapon he used, just like um, AZ did. There it is. This day I yearn to create a more beautiful world. I will yearn for it forever. I once thought that we could achieve that world by fulfilling the material needs of everyone. Now I know it is not so simple. An old proverb says, "It is good to feed the hungry, but better to teach them how to feed themselves." I had focused solely on what I believed the world needed, yet I lost sight of how to make it so that people could truly flourish. Thanks to what you and your Pokemon have done together, I have learned my lesson well. It is an outlandish dream, far beyond my reach, but with 3,000 years' time, perhaps I can make it real. Much like AZ wandered far and wide across the world in search of Follett, I shall travel across vast reaches in search of ways to create the world I yearn for. When people manage to meet, it is a gift. Even living in the same time and place is no guarantee. The fact that we and so many others met and banded together to make Lumiose a better place is something we should cherish. Barring some great change, I doubt we will meet again, but I will carry these lessons with me. Au revoir, my young friend. To keep the world in balance. Let's see here. Hey, they changed the image. That's funny. Oh. Didn't even get to tell them. He just knew already, I guess. Okay, go in their rooms. Let me check. Nope. Oh. I guess that's gonna be it then. I have basically done everything. The only thing I need to do, which I could do off stream when I get the chance, is get Greninja a Mega Stone. You know, if I ever play ZA again, it might be because like I'm doing a 1v1 with Hectic or something, or some sort of ranked matches, but it won't be considered a mainline playthrough part. This was part 9 and the final part. This was the post-game stream, and I have basically 100% of the game. There is no more after this. No more. So, yeah. That's pretty much it. You know, if I do another one of these ZA streams, again, it'll be its own separate thing. And it'll be some ranked match or a 1v1 with Hectic or something. But anyhow, or a DLC, which actually would be part of the playthrough. It would be part 10 when we do the DLC. But that doesn't come out till what, like February, March? But anyhow, thank you guys for watching. And I'll see you guys later today when we play some I'm gonna ask if Peak wants to do some FNAF, but if he doesn't want to do some FNAF, I'm sure I can find something else to stream. But yeah, that was Pokemon ZA. I played it for, you know, probably a good, like, I don't know, like 90 hours or something on stream. A lot of effort, a lot of work, 100% of it though, and it was much better than people were giving it credit for. The graphics suffered, for sure. But the game was fun. The game got far too much hate. But anyways, I'll see you guys later with the next stream, like FNAF or some other thing, or I don't know. You know. Thank you guys for watching. Like and subscribe, turn on notifications, join the Discord server in the pinned comment in any of these live chats, and I will see you next time. Bye. Anyways, bye bye.